The court, being duly advised, finds the defendant is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline,
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
You right now to follow the breaking news in Carroll County, where Fox 59 has confirmed an arrest in the Delphi murder investigation.
But police have yet to give a formal statement on the suspect. And Fox 59's Courtney Spinelli joining us now here with more on what we do know right now.
Yeah, good evening. In a small community like here in Delphi, news travels fast, but even still today, many people tell us they were stunned by word of an arrest. But it also comes with many people who told us this brings with it a feeling of relief here in this community. The case against Richard Allen, who was arrested in connection to the Delphi murders, is sealed. No information about whether he has been charged or if an initial hearing has been set has been released. Multiple sources tell us after he was booked into the Carroll County Jail, he was immediately taken to a state correctional facility for safety reasons. It's now been 5.5 years since the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams were found below the Monon High Bridge with no arrests being made. We just went by there to see the memorial. That's still a reminder of the deep pain this community has felt after all of this. Allen's neighbors told us they were shocked by his arrest and recalled seeing police activity, which we're told included digging up a fire pit out back of his home last week.
I saw police cars going down there, a couple of police cars, and I never thought much of it.
Now, Indiana State Police have scheduled a 10 a.m. briefing on Monday, expected to update the media and the public with more information related to this arrest. It is important to note that that will be 72 hours after this arrest, which is the limit on how long the state of Indiana can hold a defendant before releasing more information on their whereabouts and any potential charges. And one more thing we do want to know is that while he has been arrested in connection to the Delphi murders, we have not been told by law enforcement what his alleged role was in all of it. Of course, working to dig into that tonight and in the days to come. Reporting in Delphi, Courtney Spinelli, Fox 59 News.
It has been nearly a week since officials over in Carroll County announced charges in the Delphi double murder investigation. Abby Williams and Libby German were both found dead back in 2017 on the Monon High Bridge. Now, a Delphi man is facing charges. We don't know much about why investigators believe this man right here, Richard Allen, was connected to the killings. Now, we do know he still has to hire his own attorney, and a judge from Fort Wayne is now overseeing the case. Fox 59's Russ McQuaid spoke to a judge who is giving us some insight into this complicated case.
When Richard Allen was arrested on October 26th, that started the clock ticking on the case against him and also on the constitutional rights that protect his presumption of innocence.
Last Monday's briefing by authorities was light on details, including the evidence and the state's case against Richard Allen.
I first thought, well, who's going to represent him? Who's his attorneys?
Allen's My Case file does not list a defense attorney, though in a judge's order last week to move Allen to state custody for his own safety, the court said Allen announced at his secret initial hearing October 28th that he would hire his own attorney.
But given the fact that he's been moved out of the county jail to a couple of different locations indicates he may not have access to counsel in order to go retain one.
Allen has the right to know the details of the case against him, but because the file is sealed, we don't know if he knows what he's up against.
The issue, though, constitutionally for Mr. Allen, though, is paramount. There's no circumstances under which he's not allowed to know why he's been arrested.
Allen has until November 17th to tell the judge if he has an attorney, and he must request a change of venue to relocate his trial to get an unbiased jury by November 26th. And his speedy trial deadline is set for next March 20th. But the Carroll County prosecutor's rare secrecy in pursuing this case complicates the state's protection of Allen's rights.
All of that in conjunction or in combination is extremely rare. Bits and pieces of it may not be.
Carroll Circuit Court Judge Benjamin Diener said he was overwhelmed and bailed out of the case, and Allen County Superior Judge Fran Gull was assigned by the state Supreme Court to take over. But that doesn't mean Richard Allen's case would necessarily be heard in Fort Wayne if it's moved because of extensive media coverage.
I'm not sure what the coverage of this has been in the Fort Wayne media market. I just know the Indianapolis media market has been fairly extensive in its coverage.
Judge Henke expects that the new judge assigned to this case, Judge Fran Gull of Fort Wayne, could hold a hearing as soon as this week to determine if Richard Allen needs to have a public defender assigned to protect his constitutional rights in this case. In the newsroom, Russ McQuaid, Fox 59 News.
Hello. Welcome. Am I in crazy world? Are we in crazy? I think we are. So a couple things happened today. We got an update, or not an update, something new was filed in the Carroll Circuit Court. We're going to read it together. It is one page, not even, it's one paragraph. Comes now the defendant, Richard M. Allen, by counsel Brad Rosie, and pursuant to Indiana Code 3340-15 and Rule 74C of the Indiana Rules of Trial Procedure, files his Precipie for transcript in the above captioned matter. Said transcript shall be of the initial hearing held on October 28, 2022, in front of the Honorable Benjamin A. Diener. So, let me say hi to some people first. Oh my God. Hey, wannabe bodybuilder. Finally get to sit in a live stream. Ems is here. Hi, Ems. Free Ricky. Time is drawing near, and I don't know what to say. I don't like to use the word hate, except I do hate this. Dear Rick Allen and Kathy and daughter, his parents, sad face. Totally agree. I totally agree. 4:30 now? Damn it, Ange. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. An early live. Hey, Bree. Hi, Jackie Parker. A whisper of doubt, a flicker of fear. In Gull's harsh realm, no truth could steer. She handed down fates with a flick of her wrist, and justice crowned in a tempestuous mist. Beautiful. Spooky. Like Gull. My heart is sad. As we get closer to Friday, my emotions have been all over the place. I cannot even imagine how Rick is feeling or his family, keeping them in my prayers. Hey, Judy. Hi, Tiffany. Watching Diddy. Yeah. Hi, Weird Cat. Thane. Hello, Withalend. Mavhawk. Another live. Woohoo. Yeah. And our agenda for this afternoon, evening is originally, I was like, we'll talk about Delphi for a hot second. We'll talk about Joseph Corcoran for a hot second. RIP. And then we're going to talk about Kentucky. And then all this shit happened today. So we're still going to talk about Kentucky, but we're going to talk about Delphi first. So if you're here for Kentucky, check back in like an hour. Hey, Hot Pocket. Hi, fam. Got to listen on my commute home. Nice. Christmas has come early this year. Hey, Dr. Von Decay. Welcome. Woman doing Wallahala. My love. Marianne says, is there sound or is it my end? No, it was me. I was like, volume up. And then I did a ram. I did a freeze. We're going to freeze a lot tonight, y'all. Hi, Heather Brown. I love you. Hello, CW. Evening, everyone. I'll stick around as long as I can. It's bedtime in the UK. Nighty-night. What else we got here? Cat is here. The gang's all here. Smash that like. Hello, Catastrophe. Hello, Bium. Hello, V. Hello, Shell. The Bab remix. Gull is driving to tonight. She is sick. Sick. Hi, Joanna. Oh, I'm not replay crew again today. Yay. Christine Beck. Free Ricky Allen. Lady in blue with Masonic hand symbol. Oh, is that from the video? I missed it. Fox News. Fox 59 is a mess. Hey, who dis? Who will be the first to talk once the gag is lifted? They lost Ricky. Yeah, they did lose him in the early days. They had no idea where he was. And neither do we. And neither did his... He didn't have an attorney. We're going to talk about that. Harley Rider says, assholes, feeling relieved when the killers are still out there. I know, the nerve, right? I figured whoever gets out of the courthouse first, surely someone will be itching to make a statement. Hey, BGOG. I was thinking about the defense attorneys I imagine have, they've been gagged from the very beginning and have had to just bite their tongue at every turn. But I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear from them on Friday, because I do suspect they will be filing a motion to correct error. And that has to go before Gull. It's a stupid system. It's nonsensical and backwards and counterintuitive and unproductive, but that's the way it is. So it has to go before her. I doubt they want to, do anything to jeopardize, but who knows? I don't know anything. I don't talk to them. I'm just speculating. Constitutional rights. Gull doesn't know what that is. No, she doesn't. Hey, locals, who was Lazy Bee in a love triangle with? Part of that triangle found hanging in a cell. Lazy Bee has the keys too. There have been a couple deaths in the Carroll County Jail. Hey, Kokomo. Hello, Ange. We were so naive back then. We were like an arrest, except, I don't know about y'all. I was not excited when I heard there was an arrest. I was despondent because, for a lot of reasons, I just knew it was going to be bad. Hey, Leonard Amber, welcome. Good to see you. Oh my God, DB is here, y'all. Hey, DB. It's cliche, but Rick's treatment really is like he's trapped in a Kafka story. It's bad. There she is. There's my link tree. Edge Chaos says, hi, I love your hair. Thanks. Judge Henry was that name of the judge on the media. I think I'm on the wrong planet personally, says Estrella. Louis DB. Hey, Donnie. Good to see you, Donnie. Hello, Peter B. Hello, Jerry Rocks, the good Jerry. Never fear, Steve and Angel are here, Angie. Hi, Steve. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here and welcome. And thank you for sharing all of the things. Elena Davidson is here. Yeah, Steve, how's your shoulder? Jamie says they probably want the transcript for the civil suit and appeal. Right. Totally. I agree. The thought of Friday is only 2 days away. I've not been handling this well at all. My emotions are all over the place. My Xanax has been my best friend. I'm so sad, Marianne. I feel you. I hear you. We are in the boat with you. It is going to be a shitty day on Friday. I don't know. I imagine Rick will attend, even though I think that he shouldn't have to. She scheduled it for the entire day. Okay. So who knows what she's got planned, what she's got up her sleeve. She already killed one motherfucker this week, so she's about to sentence another one to life in prison. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. This case is still eating away at me, says Michelle Abbott. The whole thing is just diabolical. Anita Whiteclaw. I think about Rick and Kathy daily. It still breaks my heart for them. Me too. Grateful. Those last words, though. I assume they're not televising his sentencing. Do we know if anybody's going to be in attendance that can give us the scoop? Hello and thank you. They're not televising it. They're not audio streaming it. No live reporting or tweeting. I don't know yet if we've heard from any of our folks about attending. If anybody is planning on attending, let me know. Let us know. Or let me know. You don't have to let us know. Or don't let anyone know. I don't blame you if you don't. But more will be revealed. Connecticut Girl. I think that's Connecticut Girl. I don't know if you're Connecticut Girl. You might just be CT Girl. CT Girl 5150. Hello, everybody. Hello. Court of Public Opinion is here. Thank God. KO says, fuck Fox. Bob Motto will be in there. Good. Excellent. Bab. We can always count on Bab. I don't want to hear one word from the families. They know that they're wrong. I actually agree with that. Dennis. Hello. Glad I could catch your live. Welcome, Dennis. Hello, Gilletta. Gilletta says, hey, y'all. Teresa Manning. We have to believe in a Christmas miracle. Hi, Teresa. Shaboogies. The worst part is the amount of people who have seen and heard the evidence and still think they got the guy. Yeah. I know. Goal's death drive is peaking. Where is DB? In ancient Delphi, when one came to ask a question of the oracle, they would need to first make a sacrifice and then purify themselves in the nearby spring before entering the secret room of the temple. Yes. Let at least one person know. While I appreciate the content of this channel and just perfect wishes and made up tutorial channel. Stop it. Get out of here. I don't think I can bear hearing about Friday, but I know we have to because it's the least we can do. Just an update from Ground Zero. This poor little town still has bad energy surrounding it. A lot of people here that doubt his guilt. Really? Isn't it interesting that the news never interviews them? Never interviews the doubters, only the bloodlusters. Bob Mott is going. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Cool. Only families allowed. Only families allowed. Well, the families will be giving victim impact statements, I imagine. They can if they want to. That's all I'm going to say about that tonight. That's all I'm going to say about that. I was told by someone who lives right outside Delphi, everyone knows who actually did it. We don't get interviewed, we get censored. I know you all do. Sucks. It sucks. I heard she was not going to let the public in for statements. I don't think she's allowed to do that. I realized what I said once it came out of my mouth. I realized, like, you silly goose. She's not allowed to do any of the shit that she does. Angela, get real. It's like I'm born yesterday. What are you, born yesterday? I so do not want to hear about victim statements. No. It'd be nice if the victims could give their victim impact statements to the real killers. Come on, Ange. I know. She's not allowed to do that. Okay. The news never interviews anyone, really. It's all mainline to us from Gull. Daniel Pearson is a key witness and we'll never hear from. Yeah. She does whatever the fuck she wants. I see what you're saying, KO. She can't keep the media out, but she can offer the family. I mean, shit. If the public's not there, will the family? If a tree falls in a forest and no one's around to hear it, did it even fall? If the family makes a statement and the public's not here to say, If the family makes a statement and the public's not there to hear it, did they even make a statement? I don't know. I don't know. Took me a minute to get that out, huh? A friend of mine would say, God don't like ugly. When you say ugly things, your tongue gets twisted. Who knows? Okay, I was going to show one thing, except my freaking RAM, y'all. Heather Brown, missed your beautiful face. Stay away from the drones. Yeah. The only drone on this channel is me. Why can't I get this to do what I want it to do? Elon Musk just did a bing bong on me. Get out of here, Musk. You musty Musk. You're beautiful. Cranks be crankin'. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Maybe for Christmas, Santa will bring me... I'm Santa. Santa will bring me a better computer because this is getting ridiculous. Mm-hmm. I am my own Santa. Hey, Cleveland Rocks. Hey, my little elves. Hello, love. All right. Let's do this thing. Last night, at about 10 o'clock, the writ has just been denied by the U.S. Supreme Court. This is regarding Joseph Corcoran. I always call him Corcoran. Joseph Corcoran was sentenced to death in 1999 for the murders of 4 individuals. Judge Gohl was the judge overseeing that case, that trial, I mean. She sentenced Mr. Corcoran to death. That case went through various appeal processes. And Mr. Corcoran has severe mental illness. He is diagnosed with schizophrenia, paranoid delusions, and hey, post-punk mama, he waived his right to appeal early on after his sentencing because he's severely mentally ill. Dennis. Anyway, he's a very, very mentally ill man. Joseph Corcoran will die tonight. The Supreme Court just denied his final writ petition denied. This was last night at 10 o'clock. Quote, before the hour of sunrise, under the cover of darkness, shrouded in secrecy, the state of Indiana will kill a seriously mentally ill man with schizophrenia. They're not going to kill him with schizophrenia. They're going to kill him and he has schizophrenia. I realized after I tweeted that, that's a little clunky, but to your everlasting shame, the python is the state. We know this to be true. Tahina Corcoran, Joseph Corcoran's wife, spoke of their final moments together yesterday. We talked about our memories, about what's going to take place, and the fact that we both believe in Jesus and believe that someday we'll see each other again. He is in shock. He doesn't understand. Clergy from the Archdiocese of Gary came to pray with Mr. Corcoran. We live in a very violent culture, and the more we feed into that cycle of violence, even through state means, it weakens our culture and it numbs us to the loss of life in all of its forms. So certainly we pray for all victims of violence, and we understand that what Mr. Corcoran did was abhorrent. At the same time, we're seeking to ensure that his life is preserved at this time, said Bishop Robert McClory. And come to find out, Mr. Corcoran was executed by the state of Indiana last night between 12 and 1 a.m. His request was that his final meal would be Ben & Jerry's ice cream. And his final words were, quote, not really, let's get this over with. This is an article that I will link. I'm not going to read the whole thing. but I do want to. Death row inmate Joseph Corcoran executed. So it looks like the state and DOC did end up letting one member of the media into view, probably because they got lambasted for being weirdos. Execution is not the solution. Remember the victims, but not with killing, not with more killing. And this is, this is the death penalty action deathpenaltyaction.org. I've retweeted them a bunch in the past few days. Go follow them. They do a lot of good work bringing awareness. The nonprofit that advocates against executions. They encourage protesters to ring the Delaware bell as a sign of their opposition to the death penalty while gathered outside of Indiana State Prison last night. It's not clear when. I'll just read the whole thing. Convicted murderer was pronounced dead by lethal injection at 12:44 a.m. last night, Wednesday morning, making it the first Indiana execution since 2009. Corcoran and his legal team allowed a reporter from the Indiana Capitol Chronicle to witness the execution at the Indiana State Prison. No other media were permitted to be present. It is not clear when exactly the execution drug, pentobarbital, was administered into Corcoran's left arm via an IV line that protruded from the execution chamber wall. Department of Correction officials said in a statement that the execution process started shortly after midnight. Entry into the witness room was not allowed until 12:32. 4 people were present in the area meant specifically for Corcoran's family and friends: a Capitol Chronicle reporter, Corcoran's wife, Tahina, and her son, and his federal defense attorney, Larry Comp. It's not clear who was present in a different witness area for victims' families because the list is confidential, and the 2 witnesses were kept separate by DOC staff throughout the entire process, except, well, yeah, okay, whatever. Blinds for a one-way window with limited visibility into the execution chamber were raised at 12:34. Corcoran, trigger warning, y'all. I should have said that already. This bothered me too, DB. DB, hi. He says, they can't tell us what flavor Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Why does that bother me? It bothered me too. Like, he made a specific request for, what, just Ben & Jerry's? We also don't know if he got it. Did they get it for him? Or did he just request it? Okay. Trigger warning, y'all. We're about to talk about the death process. Process of dying. Corcoran appeared awake with his eyes blinking, but otherwise was still and silent at the time. After a brief movement of his left hand and fingers at about 12:37 a.m., he did not move again. Blinds to the witness room were closed by the prison warden at 12:40 a.m. Corcoran, who's been on death row since 1999, was 22 when he killed his brother, James Corcoran, Robert Scott Turner, Douglas Stillwell, and Timothy Bricker on July 26, 1997. He committed the murders at the home he shared with his brother and sister. The condemned man has long resisted opportunities to appeal his case that could potentially overturn his death sentence. His death warrant was carried out after several weeks and months of last-minute attempts by his lawyers to pause the execution and allow for his mental competency to be reassessed. Corcoran's mental health has been part of the decades-old case since inception, with state and federal public defenders saying he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia that caused him to experience persistent hallucinations and delusions. The Supreme Court upheld the death sentence earlier this month, just as multiple state and federal courts had done. Appeals for post-conviction relief at the federal level were unsuccessful too. Late Tuesday night, the U.S. Supreme Court also denied a last-ditch request for relief filed by Attorney Comp. That meant that final intervention was left to Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb, who ultimately rejected calls for a pardon. Quote, Joseph Corcoran's case has been reviewed repeatedly over the last 25 years, including 7 times by the Indiana Supreme Court and 3 times by the U.S. Supreme Court, the most recent of which was tonight, Holcomb said in a statement shortly after 1 a.m. Wednesday. His sentence has never been overturned and was carried out as ordered by the court. This was the first execution in which Indiana used the one-drug method. Witnesses were unable to hear voices inside the execution chamber. DOC officials said that Corcoran's last words were not really, let's get this over with. That came after requesting Ben & Jerry's ice cream as his last meal. Reverend David Liesel, Corcoran's Wesleyan minister, was allowed within the chamber as Corcoran died. He told the Capitol Chronicle that he and Corcoran had the better part of an hour to talk together in a holding cell before the execution. Nice. We're a civilized society, y'all. Right? The death penalty deters nothing. The only thing the death penalty prevents is breathing. That's it. Serves no fucking purpose. We had serious conversation. We had prayer together. We talked and laughed. We reminisced. We had stories and memories. We talked about spiritual things. When going into it, he was talking more about the other guys on death row, how it was going to impact them. He wasn't talking about his own feelings and fears. He talked to me about that at one point, but his greatest fear was that it would not be peaceful. From my perspective, it was peaceful. When I got in there, they said I could hold his hand, but Joe said to me, "Oh, don't hold my hand, just pray for me." And so I prayed. He definitely was good to go. I don't say it lightly. The only thing he ever asked for prayer-wise regarding the execution was about stuff he'd heard. He didn't know what would happen. And so I say thank you for that, because from my perspective, it was peaceful. So basically, this man was terrified of an excruciating death because it's excruciating. Hey, from the 3021. I'm unblocked. When were you blocked? I'm glad you're here. Ron Neal, the prison warden, was also present, along with an unidentified woman. Okay, that's weird. That's weird, Neal. Neal was responsible for selecting an executioner. I bet it was Fran. It's not funny. It's not funny, Angela. It was just a question. I thought that was the system's idea. No, it was a good question. It was a great question. That is, I think, the system's idea, that because we still use whatever the opposite of evidence-based policies and laws and procedures are in the United States. We know the death penalty isn't a deterrent. It's just more traumatic. There are much better ways we know now to incentivize people either not to commit crimes or to give up information once they have committed crimes. Death is just not one of them. Oh yeah, the Indiana DOC has not answered the Capitol Chronicle's request for info about who had been selected for Corcoran's execution, nor has the agency indicated how much the state paid for the execution drug. How much did you pay to murder this man, Indiana? Early this morning, Indiana AG Todd Rokita defended the executions shortly after it was carried out. Early this morning, Indiana conducted its first execution since 2009. Corcoran's case worked its way through our judicial system, and today he finally paid his debt to society, and justice was provided to his victims. A jury recommended and a judge imposed a sentence of death. Judge Gull imposed a sentence of death for the senseless murders of 4 people. My office fought to defend that sentence and state law every step of the way, and the Indiana DOC carried it out professionally. That's y'all's man. Yeah, well, that's why they won't. That's why they're not going to tell anybody how much they paid on it or paid for it for the drug. But don't worry, the AG defended this execution at every turn. Allen Superior Court Judge Francis C. Gull, who presided over Corcoran's 1999 trial and ultimately sentenced him to death, additionally weighed in. The state of Indiana versus Joseph Corcoran has come to the end, prescribed by Indiana law, found appropriate by a jury of the defendant's peers, and upheld repeatedly throughout the appellate process, Gull said in a statement following the execution. My only thoughts today are with the families of those he was found guilty of murdering. I hope they find some measure of peace knowing that his sentence has been carried out. The problem with that statement is that Corcoran's victims include his own family, his own sister, whose fiance and brother were killed. Like, yeah, exactly. Those are the surviving living victims. You think Cole even knows that? My only thoughts are with his family, who literally begged and pleaded for us not to murder him. Okay. This is the group organized by the Catholic Diocese of Cary. They gathered outside the Indiana State Prison Tuesday to oppose the death penalty and execution. Echoes from the bell could be heard shortly after midnight from inside the Indiana State Prison offices, where witnesses waited before being transported by a DOC van to the execution chamber. There is no reason for Indiana to resume executions, especially not with a man who is severely mentally ill, said Abraham Bonowitz, Death Penalty Action's executive director. Indiana's been safe from people who have committed awful crimes while holding them accountable without executions for nearly 15 years. All right. Corcoran's defense lawyers long maintained a severe mental illness caused their client to make decisions that were not in his best interest and instead ensured his spot on death row. His mental illness was documented in court filings as early as age 17 when he underwent a psychological evaluation following the deaths of his parents. He was charged in killing them when he was a juvenile but was acquitted. Doctors that evaluated Corcoran over the last 3 decades have long reached multiple diagnoses, including depression, paranoid schizophrenia, and schizoid personality disorder. State attorneys, listen to this part, y'all, please. This is the part that really makes my stomach churn. I mean, it all does, but state attorneys originally offered Corcoran a life sentence if he would accept a plea or waive jury. He refused, however, saying that he would only agree to the terms if the state would sever his vocal cords first because his involuntary speech allowed others to know his innermost thoughts, according to court documents. He declined to accept the plea agreement that would spare his life. He said he would only accept it if they would sever his vocal cords because his delusions and his paranoid schizophrenic delusions were telling him things that were not true. And the state was like, sounds good. Sounds good to us. Plea denied. Plea refused. Plea declined. Later at his sentencing, he stated he wanted to waive all of his appeals. At his sentencing, he waived all of his appeals. That's not you shouldn't be able to do that. That shouldn't be a thing, especially if you're mentally ill. In recent months, Corcoran was unwilling to sign the necessary paperwork to initiate clemency review. His attorneys pointed to delusions he had about ultrasound machines controlling him and his thoughts. But attorneys for the state maintained he was competent to be put to death. So why wouldn't they grant another competency hearing if they were so confident that he was competent and that he was able to be put to death? All the attorneys and advocates really asked for was a stay of execution to assess his competency again. Here you go. Judge John DeGilia of the U.S. District Court of Indiana's Northern District said claims that Corcoran is incompetent to be executed are procedurally defaulted and without merit. Okay, you a fucking doctor? Fucking doctor, Your Honor? This is really sad. A 2-1 decision by a panel of the 7th Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals on Monday further denied requests to stay his execution. Concurring justices cited his November letter that articulately sets forth his desire not to pursue federal relief. This is a letter that DB sent us last night where Corcoran goes on. It's a handwritten letter where he basically asks to be put to death. It's very sad. He's very, very, obviously very mentally ill. I'm not saying he didn't want to die. I'm not saying that if someone wants to die that they're automatically incompetent to make that decision, but he is incompetent and he is mentally ill. And at the end of the day, it really shouldn't matter if somebody wants to be executed by the state. We should not give the state, the government, the power to execute citizens or anyone, period. I don't care what they've done. The U.S. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, okay, Amy, issued a final blow shortly after 9 Tuesday, denying a petition to stay the execution. Yeah, we want a competency test before putting him to death. Nah. That's nice, right? Isn't that nice? So I just wanted to take a minute to read that because Dave did a really good job covering that, or whoever wrote it. I didn't check. Amy Bonnie Carrot. Amy COVID Barrett. Y'all are funny. That's the link to Dave's Twitter. He's one of the good ones. He's a good reporter. Indiana reporter. The next thing we're going to talk about, segue, chapter 2. We are going to talk about a report that was released today. New data. Max Lewis is our source for this. Max Lewis is one of the other Indiana reporters that I like a lot. I think he does a good job. He makes public info requests and stuff. New data that we obtained shows that the Delphi Murders trial has cost taxpayers more than $2.5 million and counting. You can find a detailed list of all the expenses here. And you bet that we are going to do that. Because the Delphi Murders trial cost taxpayers $2.5 million and counting. This was posted today, well, last night at 11:15, updated this morning at 9. A report from the Carroll County Auditor, Beth Myers, revealed that the Delphi, oops, what did I just do? Okay, here we go. The Delphi murder trial has cost taxpayers more than $2.5 million, and the number is likely to go up even more. In total, Carroll County has written checks totaling $2,588,566.62 for everything associated with the trial, which includes prosecution costs, defense costs, jury expenses, and courthouse security. It's a very high bill for a trial, but not necessarily for this trial, said defense attorney John Tompkins. Because Richard Allen was appointed counsel, his defense team's bills are paid for by the county. The report shows that Allen's defense has cost taxpayers $1,297,327. About half of that were for his 3 defense attorneys, who were paid nearly $620,000 between the 3 of them. Lead attorney Andrew Baldwin and his firm, Baldwin, Perry & Wiley, have been paid the most within the county, shelling out nearly $343,000. Attorney Brad Rosie and his firm have been paid a little over $200,000, while attorney Jennifer Auger has received nearly $128,000. Wow. Wow. For 2.5 years of work? Wow. Amazing. Big fucking potatoes. The defense team also spent just over $107,000 on expert witnesses, which included a firearms expert, a clinical psychologist, and an expert on solitary confinement. I wonder how much money they spent on experts that Gold didn't let them use. The bills associated with taking care of the jury are also listed on the defense's expense report. Why is that being attributed to the defense, by the way? Why is that a defense expense? That's a Judge Gold defense. The jury was sequestered for the entire trial, which means the county's on the hook for their hotels and meals. Yeah, the county. So why is that a defense expense? Make it make sense. The report shows that taking care of the jury, that's a weird way to say it, costs nearly $232,000, which includes nearly $160,000 for their hotel. Let me just remind y'all, not like anyone here would have forgotten, the reason that the jury was sequestered is because of Fran Gull. She decided to transport the jury in from her precious Fort Wayne and then sequester them so that the trial could be held in Little Delphi, Indiana. The jury was sequestered for the entirety of for the entirety of the trial, which was 17 days total. So like almost a month. They were sequestered for a month. And yeah, good point, TV, of course. Yeah, they get reimbursed. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So that's a ridiculous, unnecessary expense. Imagine if we just moved the fucking trial to somewhere like Fort Wayne, where we could have the trial in Fort Wayne, since you insisted on a jury from Fort Wayne, and then we wouldn't have to fucking bust them in. She'd probably still sequester them, though, which, whatever. A lot of good that fucking did. I mean, it benefited the state greatly, but whatever. Prosecutor Nick McClelland spent far less than the defense team on the trial. Did he? Did he, Max? Did he? Altogether. Oh, wait. However, the prosecution's expenses do not include the cost of the police investigators who worked on the case. So literally, it doesn't include the prosecution expenses, is what you're saying. Got it. Why am I so sassy tonight? I didn't have dinner. I had lunch. I don't know why I'm doing such a sassafras. Quit doing such a sassafras. Okay. Altogether, the prosecution spent just over $447,000, with most of that being spent on attorney fees. Those fees totaled just over $306,000, with special prosecutor James Luttrell being paid nearly $140,000 and prosecutor Stacey Diener getting nearly $97,000. The prosecution also had to pay nearly $13,000 to the Indiana Department of Corrections for housing Richard Allen. An expense well worth it if I'm the state of Indiana. The best $13,000 the state of Indiana has ever spent. Paying the DOC to house Richard Allen. Every penny of that was worth it, if you ask Nick McClelland, Jerry Holman, Carter. This is the best part. Thank you, KO. One of the biggest expenses for the county was courthouse security, which cost just over $814,000. That included more than $24,000 for a metal detector, nearly $6,000 for fencing and barricades, and just under $720,000 for extra officers to secure the building. I'm not reading the chat, y'all. I'm sorry if you're chatting at me. I just saw Jake Brooks pimping ain't easy, right? Sure ain't. Hi, 2 ears, 1 mouth. How much did they save turning the water off to a cell? Yeah, Nick's a very dangerous dude. They already had metal detectors. They're lying on their spreadsheet. Of course they are. Safety first. What's crazy about this? Well, Tompkins said the cost of a trial rivals the cost associated with the death penalty case, which are some of the most expensive. However, he said it's necessary for everyone to get a fair shake. Who is this guy? Put yourself in Russia today. Put yourself in Syria today. No, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Put yourself in any of the places they're not willing to spend what it takes to be fair to both sides. Then ask yourself, would I rather live there? I'm pretty sure your answer is no. Is this guy okay? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't really give a shit what they do in Russia or Syria as it relates to this case. I give a shit about what we are supposed to be doing here. What does our Constitution say? Our Constitution says... Like, what do you, like, okay, thanks, Mr. Thompson. Thank you for your input. I'd rather have a Syrian or Russian trial versus a... Yeah, I don't really know what the difference is. Gillette asks a very poignant, important question. How much was spent on the massive investigation where they didn't run any DNA? I bet Rick would have had a more fair trial in Russia. Probably. Like, I have like, by the way, Mr. Thompson, I don't think that that's why the trials are not fair in Russia and Syria. I don't think it's necessarily because the state's not willing to pay for... I think there are probably other factors that go into why Russia and Syria's criminal justice system is a little different than ours. I don't think it has to do with trial cost. Carroll County is a member of the Indiana Commission on Court-Appointed Attorneys, which makes them eligible to be reimbursed for 40% of the defense team's expenses. Their reimbursement would be nearly $519,000, but they're still responsible for all the prosecution and courthouse security costs. That means the county will still be on the hook for more than $2 million. The Carroll County auditor said the report was only an accounting of the checks that have been written so far. However, they expect more will be written in the future. Why? Comparing two countries in active wars is wild, right? Like, I don't know if that's the best barometer. Hi, Precosin. I need a tardy slip. You get a pass today. In Rick's case, what's the difference? Hi, Sleuthy Goosey. Thank you, 208 viewers. So here is the article. I'm going to link it so y'all can pull it up on your own if you want to. Save it in your little folder. Hello, nobody, nothing. They need to audit everything and anything in Delphi. I agree. Hello, Luna. Hi, Jenny. So here's what we're going to do. No, thanks. Let me pause this for a second. Why do they do it like this? Whatever. The auditor just took your our template DV and fixed her spreadsheet this go around. I'm just kidding. No, she didn't. They got a stinger in each hand. They do. Don't they really have? Well, never mind. Conversation for another day. The audit needs to be audited. Yeah. Hashtag audit the audit. Hello. Swade Smith. Poor Abby tried. I mean, don't her family see? Yeah. I'm not really a big fan of Libby solved her own murder. We don't need to sterilize murder. Libby didn't solve her own murder. Nobody solved her murder, actually. And Abby was also murdered as well. Sometimes I think the media and one family in particular forgets that. They needed that much security because convicted pedophiles like Frank. I'm not going to read that. Is your name related to Percocet? Must have seen your name. I realized that the other day. Me? No, but I love Percocet with all my heart. Okay. What do we want to look at first? 1 in the chat for prosecution expenses, 2 in the chat for defense expenses, and 3 in the chat for security expenses. Kokomo, Indiana, $10 super chat. I love this channel and you rock. Kokomo, you rock. I love you. Thank you for that. That's very generous. You are always so generous. I'm happy you're here. Mathematics. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you said moth. I need to wear my glasses. I don't even know where they are. They were in front of me. I would love an audit of the audit. $13,000 to torture, abuse, and drug a man. Yep. Hi, Source. We love you, Angie. I love y'all. Love Kokomo. So we want to look at security costs first. They let dangerous convicted criminals inside the courthouse to be next to folks whose lives they literally threatened. Sure did. Hi, Barbies. Glad you're here. Love you too. Everyone wants to see security costs. And then we will look at prosecution, Dr. Vanda. Got an accountant asked Ange a few weeks before trial, you must have done something. I said that to you? Did you? Did you do something? If not, then that's my bad and I apologize. But if you were blocked at some point, somebody thought you did something. Maybe it was Jerome. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're unblocked and welcome. Water under the Monon High Bridge. Is Nick related to the family of one of the girls? Yes, by marriage, or was by marriage at one time. I don't think they're married anymore. What a fucking racket. They milk this case. I need glasses to find the glasses. Hi, Kimmel. It's very easy. I'd not listen to this because it would make me too mad if Ange wasn't so pleasant to listen to. I'm trying not to do as many cusses. Sleuthy says it's also fucking bullshit that Nick used his cash cow Delphi case as an opportunity to upgrade everything in the courthouse and even some of his office to benefit him and the county. Keep my wife out of this. Thanks, Ange. Not even directly related to the prosecution of this case. Who would want to marry that coke dealer? That's a great question.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
Okay. He has never been married. No, I meant someone in his family married someone in the Patty family at one point. Alrighty. Well, Let's see what security's been up to. What y'all been doing? Man. Oh my God, this is small. God help us. Okay. Where the... All right. Him. Nick McClellan makes me think of the word smarmy. That is such a good word for him. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this tingy right here? This little tingy? 200 people. Welcome, all 200 of you. I love every single one of you like you're my own. All right. Here we have our security costs for the Delphi Murders trial. Man, these are dirty. What did I do? I got my, you know what? I bet I did a snack and like a chicken or something, and I got my chicken greasy fingers all over my glasses. Lord. Okay. Claim date. Let's start at the top. These begin on March 2nd, 2024. Pay to Amazon for what? Outlets. $34 for supplies. Is it fun doing this, y'all? Do you want me to go through every single one? These are all of the payments made to Delphi Hardware for keys, outlets, and miscellaneous parts. $470. Easy Up. Easy Up. It's quite a name. We paid $3,500 and $3,570 to Easy Up. Okay. I don't know why that's making me laugh. Probably because it sounds phallic, like to me, because I'm a child. Metal detector first payment. $14,000 first payment. The emergency management department. Okay. Metal detector. You know, it's interesting that they paid for metal detector first payment, metal detector first payment. Okay, but why did your first payment come? Well, okay, whatever. Beth, you're a mess. Beth, if you're watching, you're a mess. Okay, so they paid their first and first payment in April and May. Got it. X-ray table, $14,000. Another X-ray table, $24,000. Is it really necessary? Like, is that really necessary? Emergency management merch was the ticket, DB. Yes, Luthi, definitely email Beth again. She definitely needs to be emailed again. Precocent gifted 5 Arnhem Productions memberships. Thank you, Precocent. Thank you so much. There is Justice in the Universe from the 3021 was just gifted a membership. Thank you, Precocent, for mending the fences between me and from the 3021. I love that. Thank you so much, Precocent. Okay. A Deadbolt Reiki. Reiki. Individual first aid kits. Okay. So this to me is just like, okay, that's a trial expense. Okay. Whatever. More fencing and barricades. Replacement locks and keys. More replacement. Rapid gate kit. What's a rapid gate kit? Does anyone know what a rapid gate kit is? Does someone want to do a Google? Here we go. Security. $20,000 paid to the sheriff. That's all it says is security. Okay, so that must be like manpower? Like they're like compensating individuals, right? Paying your security, like guards. It's a deployable safety gate. $15,000 for a deployable safety gate. Google's giving me fencing info. Thank you, Miku. Shitty plastic fence things. Protection. Oh, man. Okay. Earpieces, $555. Labor and parts for circuit court audio and video, $7,526. The audio and video that they couldn't even use. Woman, why are you being censored? Hi, Deanna Burdett. Hello, Heather. You're always sweet and make me feel welcome. Thank you. Heather is the best. She really is the sweetest. Okay. Security. The rest are all security. $200, $1,000, $178,000. Okay, let's look at this one. This was paid to the sheriff on November 7th, 2024 for security personnel. $178,000 again on November 7th. Okay. $31,000 on November 25th. $179,000 on November 25th. So you got your since trial began on 10/14. Trial did begin on 10/14. $698,000. Security total, metal detector, fencing and barricades, security personnel. This is chaotic, Beth. Sleuthy, Beth needs to learn how to do a spreadsheet. Like, truly. Okay. Next up. I feel 20% cooler when I have an earpiece. Me too. Hi, Bjorn. I was going to call you Bjorn. Hi, Bjorn. Bjorn. Hello, Peggy O. Hello, Kimmel. Welcome. Oh, all of our people are here. Earpieces for what? They want us to believe they needed metal detectors for 14 to 16 people they allowed in the courtroom. Okay, you know what's wild? Many things. One of the things that's wild, let's go back to R&M doing a yap about the jury was sequestered. Yeah, we know that. What's wild is that Judge Gohl, I think I said here. Well, I didn't say here. It's wild that Judge Gohl pretends to be some kind of like judicial economy, fucking veteran, highly professional, ethical judge. Judicial economy, right? She could have streamed this fucking thing and saved literally over $1 million of state and taxpayer money. She could have saved over $1 million if she had just streamed this fucking trial. And she didn't, because she literally, Judge Gohl's vindictive, narcissistic rage cost the state of Indiana $1 million. So if you want to put a price tag on how much it costs to be an angry bitch, it's $1 million. So y'all are paying that tab in Indiana. Congratulations. Did Gohl stay at the same hotel? When did the state house out of area witnesses and experts? Where did the state house them? Good question. Good question. She loves to claim fiscal responsibility. It's not even like they were coming and going and doing all that extra shit. I know. They had not even 24 people coming and going and out of the courtroom. They needed all of that for all of that. Now, here's what I will say. This level of paranoia in Carroll County, because that's what this is. This is paranoia and self-importance and fiscal irresponsibility and greed. That's what it is. Paranoia, greed, self-importance. When I remind myself that the killers are still out there and they don't want anybody to know that, you know, this level of paranoia might be a little bit more justified, you know, considering that the killers are still out there. However, I don't think that was what was motivating these decisions. Hi, Kelt. Power, hungry, ego-driven skag. Yes. Couldn't have said it better myself. Congratulations, Indiana. I'm dead. Does Delphi have several hotels? How did they ensure the hotel staff didn't tamper? Delphi has like no hotels, if I am remembering correctly. They have like some Airbnbs and like an old Victorian house. It's spooky. I've been inside. It's very unsettling. It's definitely haunted. I think that they were all housed in Lafayette or Logansport or Lafayette. I think that the jurors were lodged in Lafayette, but I could be wrong. Ass backwards. Millions convict Rick, but only panties in a wad to arrest him. Kelt says, I'm sorry, I went bitch right out the gate. I've been doing a bitch the whole time. You're fine. Did you guys know that YouTube boosts live streams that receive likes all per person? And they boost when you share, even if you send it to yourself and to other people here. Thank you, love. Kokomo, thank you. Kokomo says the jury stayed in Lafayette. If the jury was in Logansport and Brooke couldn't even be taken there for a psych, I'll lose it. No, they were in Lafayette, which is, I think I've stayed in Lafayette. It's like, what, 20 to 30? I think it's like 20 minutes. Welcome to the bitch club. All right. Okay. Tracy Fleetwood is a new member. Welcome, Tracy. I know sometimes when I mute myself and then I do a thing and I am muted, people think that they've lost their audio. No, I'm here. I'm just trying to pull something up and my computer can't think too hard, so I'm going to do that. BRB. Okay, let's look at this together. This is what we started with. We're going to go back to it because it is the theme of the live tonight. Some would say that an initial hearing is a critical stage in which defense counsel is constitutionally imperative. So defendants are entitled to counsel, especially at a critical stage in their proceedings, such as hearings, jury selection, pleas, etc. An initial hearing is a critical stage. Counsel is a constitutional imperative. We will finally learn what really happened at the secret initial hearing on October 28th, 2022, where Richard Allen was reportedly clad in protective gear. All of his due process rights were all but ignored. So I have a very, very, well, how do I want to say this? I will be very interested to see how this transcript request is received by both the state. Judge Gold doesn't have any stake in this request in terms of her, like, being personally invested in, you know, I mean, they're entitled to the transcript. They have to give them the transcript. But my question is, one, did they have a court reporter present for the 28th? I mean, I know that all hearings are supposedly, presumably transcribed or stenographed or whatever they do, recorded. But here's a thought. What if they didn't even bother? Like, what if they didn't have, like, what if there's no record of it? I agree with, I know, you're right, totally. Audio. DB says, oh, I think she has a stake in it. Right. Well, she has a stake in all of it. But what I mean by that is she was not the judge at this time. She was not involved with or connected to the case on the 28th, so she wasn't present for that hearing. However, I'm sure you're absolutely right, DB. Audio, or they wrote it on the fly. They have to legally have a record of it as it was a court proceeding. True. They never have a real reporter. It's a recording. So, okay. Maybe they lost the records. I'm so fascinated by who and when they thought they could pull it off in 2022. If they were going to be this evil, why did they need to frame and convict Rick? Just keep it a cold case. I love steak. Is this an error that the defense can put forward? Yes, Jenny, it is. So, well, here's a possibility, I think. I'm not a lawyer. Nobody hold me. I mean, yeah, do what you want, but don't hold me to this. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just guessing. So if Rick was denied counsel at a critical stage in his proceedings, that is an avenue that they can pursue on appeal. It could be part of a motion to correct error, especially if upon requesting the transcript, if they've learned anything new about the period of time from when Rick was arrested to when he was transferred to DOC, if anything new comes to light, such as, I don't know, intentional interruption of Rick's right to counsel, purposefully blocking the defendant from having attorneys, ignoring his attorneys, not keeping them abreast of things. Yeah, I was going to talk about chronic DB, but I feel like I'd rather have like Michael or Travis here to talk about it because I'm going to get it all wrong. But there is a case that deals with this issue. Maybe I'll talk about it in a minute. This filing gives me big feelings. Mandy, tell me about what are you feeling? Woman doing a Walla Holla says legal mail being diverted. That could definitely be a constitutional issue. I would keep eyes that Rick doesn't get forced into a secret redo with court-chosen attorneys in a small room in Westville. If it was a cold case, it would be looked into in the future. They wanted to close it before that could happen. Even if he asked for time to get his own lawyer, they should have put a temporary lawyer in before any hearing. Yeah, Jenny, they should have. They should have appointed him a public defender while he sought private counsel, if that is a decision that he wanted to make. Because we really don't know much other than what we don't know anything except for what we're told in Judge Diener's orders about what happened on the 28th of October. So if y'all remember, ouch. Oh my God, this is going so slow. DB says, the critical stage is defined as a point in the criminal process where the rights of the defendant are significantly impacted, such as the absence of legal representation. Such that the absence of legal representation, ... Like if you're going to be put in a prison, normally you'd have to have a trial for that. Yeah, true. True. Literally every other judge tells the defendant to shut the fuck up constantly at the first hearing. I'm not kidding. Every single judge. Yep. Hay needs some sleep. I won't be surprised if Gull seals the trial info. I don't know if that's a thing, but I still feel like she won't let the public read or hear what happened in the trial. Hopefully she won't try anything like that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, fortunately, the transcript will be made for the purposes of the appellate record, but So Gull's own words said it's unconstitutional for him not to have a lawyer, so she must correct the former judge if it is critical. So even though Judge Gull has personal investment in this conviction being upheld, she does not want her the biggest case ever in Indiana history to be overturned, especially because a lot of the a lot of the errors that were made in this trial, reversible errors, as we've heard from many legal people, were her fault. So she has a lot of stake in this conviction being upheld. The thing about pursuing a safekeeping avenue when it comes to motion to correct error, which, as we discussed the other night with Travis, is the first avenue that the defense can pursue in the appellate world. It happens after sentencing. They can file a motion to correct error, which in every other state but Indiana, I feel it's called a motion for a new trial. And one of the issues that they could raise has to do with whether or not there was critical errors that were made that impacted Rick's constitutional rights, constitutional right violations, newly discovered evidence, or newly discovered information that was not available or known prior to conviction, that the defense can raise in a motion to correct error. And that motion to correct error goes before the trial judge, i.e. Fran Gull, unfortunately. We know how much Judge Gull loves to grant defense requests for anything, so it's not going to happen. But if there was a world in which Judge Gull might consider granting a motion to correct error, I could see it having to do with safekeeping, and here's why. She was not personally responsible for Rick being put in DOC. She was not the judge who did not ensure that he had an attorney. She was not the judge who overrid or ignored his attorney. She was not the judge who made a bloodlust order and went crazy and did all the things and then recused herself. So in terms of saving face, if the issues raised were egregious enough that it would look worse for her to deny than, let's be real. There's a 1% chance that she will meaningfully consider any kind of motion to correct error. But that was Boone. You okay? Oh, we did an inhale of our water, so yeah, we're fine. That is the only really universe that I could see in which Judge Gull would consider a motion to correct error, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Judge Gull is going to cling to this conviction. She's going to white knuckle. She's got a stranglehold on this case. It is going to take an act of whomever to wrangle this case away from Gull and grant a new trial. It's just not going to happen, but it still needs to be raised. The issue still needs to be raised. And perhaps, the 1% chance that there is some hope for her to do the right legal thing. I feel like if the issues raised are egregious enough where it would look worse to ignore than not, who knows? I don't know. But I think that there are very, very compelling arguments to be raised as it relates to October 26th, 27th, and 28th, and 29th, and 30th, and 31st of 2022, all the way up to November 3rd, 2022. That week from when Rick was arrested to when he was physically put in Westville Correctional Facility, I think we're just, we've been ranting and raging about safekeeping for a year and a half now. We've done so much research. We've made our little timelines. Collectively, y'all have been remarkably helpful in terms of trying to make sense of this clusterfuck of a case and what happened and the timeline and the trajectory and the legal proceedings and filling in gaps that shouldn't exist in the first place. There shouldn't be these gaps, but there are. It's not a little timeline. You're right. It's a big timeline. It's a very big and very huge timeline. It's a good timeline. And so we've done all of that. We have maybe the scaffolding of an idea of what occurred, but I have a feeling we are just chipping the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what exactly happened from the 26th when Jerry Holman said, you're guilty of fucking something and I'm going to fucking prove it. It is a substantial and handsome timeline. Stop. What do you mean? So anyway, I don't think that we have even the full breadth of understanding as to what occurred, because Jerry Holman does all the things that we know he does during the interrogation of Rick on October 26, 2022. He says, you're guilty of something, I'm gonna fucking prove it. Arrests him. And books him into the Carroll County Jail. We don't know what the charges were at the time. We don't know anything except that the PCA was not filed till the 27th, allegedly. It wasn't signed, but it was filed. Charging information filed. Judge Diener has that initial hearing with Rick, who's was he ever booked into the jail? So he was held in Carroll County Jail somehow from the time Jerry Holman slapped the cuffs on him at the Lafayette ISP police post to the time that he stood before Judge Diener on October 28th without an attorney, clad in protective gear to protect him from the public, bloodlusters. So there was a 48-hour-ish window where he was in Carroll County Jail. We don't know if he was like booked, but it does seem like from the news reports, even though I don't believe, just because we do have record of him at least mailing that letter from White County, I don't believe that he was physically in safekeeping in DOC when those news reports are being shared. But I do believe that the safekeeping agreement was like preordained, pre-agreed upon before Rick ever went before Judge Diener, even before any kind of motion for safekeeping was authored or filed. This was the plan. DOC was on board. Carroll County was on board. Like this was what was going to happen. There was not going to be any objection because they weren't going to give an opportunity for the defendant to object. They were going to keep him from having an attorney. And they were going to keep him from even knowing that he's entitled to object, keep him from even being aware that he's entitled to a hearing pre and post transfer. So they literally deprived him of 2 hearings, a pre and post transfer hearing that he was entitled to, critical stages that impact the defendant's rights significantly, i.e., locking a defendant pre-trial in the Department of Correction in a prison in solitary confinement for a period of 13 to 19 months. I would say that's a critical stage. So he could have also been held at ISP for those 48 hours. True. Yeah, we are just basing the information that we have off of what we can find publicly and what we've been told. And these are the details that, like, we don't know. Where was he actually physically held? What did they feed him? Did he have a change of clothes? Like, these are just questions that we don't know. Like, what did they do with him for 48 hours between the time that they arrested him and the time that they put him in protective gear and marched him in front of Judge Diener without an attorney? Yeah, I've just never found proof he was booked into jail. Right. Doesn't seem to exist. No Miranda. Holman couldn't get a confession. Yeah, he couldn't. You're right. Holman's basement. Yes, DV. Steve has got my back. Her hands fit perfect size to her body. Thank you very much. There you have it. Thanks, Steve. After 2 years, this shit continues to blow my mind. Same. Peggy says, compound that with the fact that the state of Indiana violated Access to Public Records Act laws when they hid his arrest. Yep. After 2 years, this shit continues to blow my mind. Yeah. I'm not 4'11". I'm 5'1.5", 5'2". So questions that don't have answers. Number 1, where the fuck was Rick from October 26th to the 28th. And then where did he go? And then where did he go? And when and how? Yeah, doubt he was getting his regular meds. Right, exactly. It's not like he packed a bag beforehand. There was no Miranda waiver given to Rick, as far as we know. State of Indiana appears by Nicholas McClelland, prosecuting attorney. Defendant appears in person in the custody of the Carroll County Sheriff. Notice there's no mention. So normally it would say defendant appears in person, whatever the wording is, with the attorney, with their defense attorney, with their fucking attorney. Defendant appears in person with enter name of their fucking attorney, except in this case, he didn't have a defense attorney. This is on the 28th. No attorney. But he's in the custody of Carroll County Sheriff. He's advised of his right to counsel and of his constitutional and statutory rights. He's advised of the charges against him and the possible penalties. Defendant advises that he intends to hire private counsel. Okay. Did they tell him that he could have a public defender in the meantime? I saw they're asking for these transcripts. Yes. He must retain counsel within 20 days. There's deadlines associated with the omnibus hearing, which may be waived if not timely pled. Pleas of not guilty are entered. Hearing is set for January 13th at 9. Trial by jury is set on March 20th, 2023. He's ordered and directed to appear on said dates. Failure to appear may result in the issuance of a bench warrant, which is cute since you literally were holding him on $20 million bail. The state of Indiana requests that the defendant... Okay, see, this is confusing. The state of Indiana requests the defendant be held without bond. The court now orders that he be held without bond pending further hearing. Except on the actual charging documents, McClelland lists $20 million bond. So I don't know what the fucking discrepancy was with that, except that, like everything in this case, nothing is ever just linear, sensical, or congruent. Next up, there has never been a bond hearing. You're very, very right, Nico. They were going to have a bond. Hi, Judge Jessica. I told Anne to wait for you, but she wouldn't go. They've never had a bond hearing. They requested a bail let hearing to be held in February. They needed to then postpone that because the prosecution had not yet given them any fucking discovery as of February 2023 at all. So they filed a motion to postpone that or continue that. And so it was continued to sometime, I think, in May. And then Judge Gohl, then April happened and the world exploded. Rick became psychotic and everything went to shit. So Judge Gohl reaffirms the original safekeeping order in her ex parte communications with the prosecutor and the DOC, in my opinion. She decides that Rick is perfectly suitable to stay in Westville Correctional Facility or to stay in DOC. And she reaffirms the safekeeping order in April. And then the defense requests, after their emergency requests to modify safekeeping, which she ignored and then denied indirectly with a non-directive order. Then they filed a motion to reconsider and a request for a due process hearing. She also ignored that for days and days and weeks. So finally, they filed a motion to convert the scheduled bail hearing into a due process hearing. I'm sorry, I misspoke. She finally scheduled the bail let hearing for June 15th originally. The defense was like not getting any response or reception, or she was not being very responsive at all. She was ignoring all of their motions. There was a period in April, May, and June of 2023 where there were like 24 motions that were just sitting there. Just fucking sitting there. She was just doing nothing. So the defense filed a motion to convert the scheduled bail hearing into a due process hearing because they had to prioritize their fucking critical issues. Is it a reversible error? As far as I recall, chronic cases don't need a reversible error analysis. It's built in structural error. Yes, DB, you are correct. And I think Travis mentioned that the other night too. Oh no, he didn't. We were talking about material versus immaterial. I think you're right, DB. I don't think that for motion to correct error under, let me pull that up. I don't think it needs to be reversible. I wish Michael was here. Can Gulliver redactor edit transcripts from the defense? No, not from the defense. Although, there I go again. There I go again. She can do whatever she wants. Whatever she damn well pleases. And she will. Who's in Holman's basement? We were going back and forth as to like where Rick could have been held physically from October 26, 2022 until October 28th, 2022, when he was booked into White County after his original initial hearing. And one of our friends suggested that perhaps he was in. This is a good question. Minnesota Mary, I have really enjoyed this case for a long time. Does anyone know about other channels that can summarize what's happening in this case in about 30 minutes or so? Thanks in advance. Not off the top of my head. But if anybody has an answer from our Minnesota Mary, please put your recommendations in the chat. It's a tricky one to concisely. DB says it doesn't need to be determined to be material. It's assumed to be material. Thank you, sir. 30 minutes, girl. Judicial immunity should not exist. There's nothing to hold them accountable. Absolutely. No fucking way, says Jill. Angela usually makes recaps of this channel every month or two that are good. I guess I do. Yeah. Can you do a matrix? Thanks, Ange. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. Michelle After Dark. Good call, Peggy. Michelle After Dark does really good recaps of like, not her lives, but like her short pre-recorded videos are good if you're looking for a short recap. Okay, what was I about to do? Oh, you know so much about procedure, Benji, per your own statements. Let me ask you, what was that moment like when you decided to defend your citizens and to defraud your citizens and ruin innocent lives? JBD, Judge Benjamin Diener. Oh, Miku, good call. Andrea Burkhart made a video before trial. It's not short, but it's a good overview. Yeah, it's like an hour and a half maybe, right, Miku? It's really good, actually. It covers a lot of the procedural stuff. Yep. Kentucky. I'm in Kentucky. Deanna, you're in Kentucky? I want to talk about Letcher County before we conclude this live today. But first, I am going to link the All Eyes dynamic chronological case summary with all of the documents listed and laid out chronologically. And the first thing the very first thing Nick McClellan does before filing literally anything, is he files a verified request to prohibit public access to the court record. Nick McClellan. Actually, I want to look at the original. Nick McClellan, October 28th. Being first duly sworn upon his oath, requests the court to prohibit public access to the charging information, probable cause affidavit, and other court documents filed in this cause of action. In support of said request, the state shows the following. Planner.
It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet.
What? Our planet? Why is he roping in the planet?
What? Why is he roping in the planet? Oh, okay. So funny. The state asserts the public interest will be secured by sealing the record. Dissemination of the info contained in the record will create a serious and imminent danger to the public interest. Not to the public. Any prejudicial effect created by dissemination of the information can't be avoided by any reasonable method other than sealing it. Liar! Jesus Christ, I'm dying. Our planetoid. Even the planet. And even the planet. Not just the planet. Don't forget the solar system. The planet versus Richard Allen. I thought he was a middle-aged Jewish woman for a while. Oh, mind shock? No, wrong channel. No, you're on the right channel for that. Liar, liar. Mr. Globalist in plain sight. Joanna Wren, welcome, new member. Yay! Yay, Joanna, one in the chat for Joanna. Welcome, Joanna. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the cult. Mars is like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, man. There is a substantial probability that sealing the record will be effective in protecting the public interest against perceived danger. Perceived being keyword. Public interest will be substantially served by prohibiting access for the reason that the release of info might damage an ongoing murder investigation or create a significant risk of substantial harm to the requester. Yeah, I believe that. Other persons or the general public. The state's asking the court to find that remedial benefits to be gained by effectuating the public policy of the state are outweighed by a preponderance of the evidence for the above referenced reasons. What? I've never read this aloud before. Is DB still here? What do y'all think of that sentence? Please hold. Talk about a Nick McClellan, Quora.com copy pasta. Further, the state's asking the court to find that remedial benefits to be gained by effectuating the public policy of the state are outweighed by a preponderance of the evidence for the above referenced reasons and seal the records involved for this cause of action until further order of the court and for all their just and proper relief in the premise 27th of October 2022, Nick McClellan. Sir, dude. Really? Chill with the fucking language. What a ridiculous remedial preponderance of the evidence. Fucking copy paste Word doc of legal phrases. Y'all, I'm gonna do a be right back. 4 to 6 minutes. We're gonna go fast. I'm gonna put up a little thingy-majiggy. Sir, dude. Word salad. He's using big words to sound smart. 100%. Okay, y'all. BRB. Don't go away. You can go away, but I hope you don't. The first ever chat motion. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. I got popcorn while I was downstairs. So that was a success. Thank you, everyone, for your concern. I appreciate y'all. I should go back to Krebin where I'm loved. You're in Krebin, baby, and we love you. We love you long time here. Back to October 27th. So something I wanted to just put on our radar. Not to suggest that anyone is lying in particular. However, if I'm going to do an honest, while this verified request to prohibit public access is filed on the 28th, he dated it the 27th. Did you do something different with your hair? I did not straighten or blow dry my hair. Yeah, I let it just kind of, do its thing. So thank you very much, Jeff. JC, I called you Jeff. I don't know why I called you Jeff. Your name is not Jeff. Next up, so that's the request from Nick, full of lies, talking about how we need to seal all of the charging info, PCA, and all associated documents because of stuff and things and for reasons. This is also filed on October 28th, 2022. Count 1, murder, a felony. He did knowingly. He did kill another human being, to wit, victim 1, while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping. Okay, approved by me on the 27th of October. Here's all the witnesses. Kathy Allen, Sarah Carbaugh, Jeff Buckley. So here is a question. This is filed on the 28th. It's not redacted. All of the witness names are on it. Is that to say that we had access to this list all the way back in October 2022 with all these names? Kathy Allen, Sarah Carbaugh, Stephen Buckley, Jeremy Clinton, Josh Edwards, Brian Harshman, William Coffers, Wesley McWhirter. Wesley McWhirter? Hold the damn fucking phone. Wesley McWhirter's is somebody with Hoosier Hardware Store, isn't he? Why do I know that name? I feel as though he's associated with the Hoosier Harvest Store, whatever. Hoosier Harvey Weinstein store. We're going to come back to that because I'm going to double check that. Melissa Oberg, AJ Smith. AJ Smith complicit in a SWAT. Hey, Mino Dino. Good to see you. Why not save the popcorn for when the feds raid the domestic terrorism in the dark state of Indiana? I don't think the feds want anything to do with any of that. No doubt that they were hoping that Rick would die at Westville. I totally agree with you, Marianne. 100%. You are right. Steve says, I think so, Angie. I know the Indiana prison is on Route 63 in Terre Haute, Indiana. I drive by there a lot. Jay Smith. Be careful, Jay Smith, driving by. I'll allow it. LOL. That was Heath. Bubs is so bubblicious. Okay, so we recognize most of these names. I don't know who Matthew Clemens is. Okay. Again, dated on the 27th. So he says, stamped on the 28th. Nothing about bond in here. So I imagine that Diener had not yet set his bond to no bond. So more discrepancies, but we'll come back to that. Boone is chewing a bone. I gave him a bone because he's a good boy. Andy Kopsa. I just got here. That list of, actually, holy crap, I just got here. That list of witnesses is something. It sure is. It sure is. Okay. Next up, so this is all still, as per Nick McClellan, these are all allegedly still October 27th, 2022, all of the documents that I just showed, except for Diener's. I started with Diener's. I shouldn't have because I went out of order. How old is Boone? I got Boone in. Let's see, Taylor Swift's 2022 had just come out. So 2013, because I was 22. I got Boone in 2013. So he is 11. Oh, good. Jeff's here. Thank God. Jeff, we were all worried about you. We were hoping you were going to be here because I was like, who's going to remind us about Rick Allen's impending confession? Thank God you're here, Jeff. Welcome. I need a new family. Do you know? You have a family here, Dino. All right. October 27th, 2022. What fresh hell do we have here? Probable cause affidavit. Oh, not stamped. I, the undersigned. Blah, blah, blah. Redacted, 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 redacted. Here's the bullshit PCA that made my head hurt. Here we go. October 27th. Not page 8 at all. We don't have the signed page 8 of the PCA that should be signed by the author of the PCA, Tony Liggett. Files a probable cause affidavit executed by Tony Liggett. Information for count 1 murder, count 2 murder. The defendant in custody. The court determines probable cause exists. The court sets bond at blank, 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 blank. It's not even fucking signed, y'all. It's not even signed. Anyone find a page 8? I haven't seen a page 8. 8 through 12, missing. Missing, missing, missing. Not page 8, says Becky. I know Fiend's not here. Fiend. We've lost all of our good men. It's okay. It's all right. I appreciate the hangers-on. The hangers-on, like the passers-by. All right. So all of that supposedly happens on the 27th. We've got the request to prohibit public access filed by the prosecutor, the charging document, count 1 and 2, filed by the prosecutor, and the probable cause affidavit signed by nobody filed by the prosecutor on October 27th, 2022. The next day, well, and remember, we don't know where Rick is at this point. We know that he's presumably, supposedly, allegedly was booked into Carroll County Jail the day before that when he was arrested by Holman, which was the 26th. And now we're filing all of these things on the 27th. Next day, our cult is called Page 8. Page 8 in Krebin. The 28th is when Judge Diener, the first thing he does is he enters an order sealing the court records pending public hearing. He fines. He just fines. He doesn't say how he fines, but he fines that the rules provide for both the request and the recordings themselves to be deemed confidential until a hearing. The court being duly advised. Are you duly advised, Diener? Are you duly advised? I don't think you are. Oh, shoot. I keep doing that. Damn it. Here we go. This is the All Eyes repository. Oh, shit, fucker. The All Eyes repository, if anyone wants to follow along or dig through it themselves. Diener enters an order finding probable cause and setting bond dated on October 27th, which is weird. So this is not Diener's handwriting. I don't think. Maybe it is. October 27th. So here's our signed charging document. The defendant being in custody, the court determines probable cause exists. Okay, so this, all right. So we could surmise that this was in fact signed prior to Rick's initial hearing. Even though it's signed on the 28th. Because it seems as though Diener originally set a $20 million bond. And then at Rick's initial hearing, the state asked for no bond, to which Diener acquiesced that request, and he granted their request of no bond. So that is probably what happened there. If I were to guess. Oh, I'm not sharing the right page. Okay. So $20 million bond. Initial hearing for the defendant, Mr. Richard Allen, for charge 1 and charge 2, felony murder, set for 10:30 a.m. on October 28th, 2022. Okay. Then we have the order on initial hearing, which is what I started with. I should not have started with it, but we're back to his order on initial hearing, where the defendant advises that he's going to hire his own attorney, private counsel. He's advised of his right to counsel. Okay, well, we will see, because today, if you're just tuning in, the attorneys for Mr. Richard Allen have filed a request for a transcript of the October 28th, 2022 initial hearing, the initial appearance of Mr. Allen, where he entered his plea of not guilty. This looks like a kid playing judge. You could not have summarized this entire fucking thing better if you tried, Ems. 100%. All right. Pre-Omnibus Order issued. Except I don't think it was. The court now orders defendant held without bond, pending further hearing. Okay. It doesn't say. Oh yeah, State of Indiana requests that he be held without bond. Court now orders him held without bond. The 28th. State Prosecutor Nick McClellan, defendant Richard Allen, in the care of the Sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana. So he's still in the custody of the Carroll County Sheriff at this time, although now we know, or it appears, as though Richard Allen was transferred from the custody of the Carroll County Sheriff to the custody, or the physical custody, of the White County Sheriff, White County Jail. Here's my problem with that. Even if Rick was transferred to White County because Carroll County Jail was over capacity, which they always fucking are, and they couldn't house him safely, fine. You still need to have a hearing, or at least issue some kind of official record of the transfer of the defendant from the Carroll County Jail to the White County Jail. It's not just like an off-the-record kind of thing. It's not an off-the-book, under-the-table kind of thing when you are transferring the physical custody of a defendant who you claim is in this grave, imminent danger of serious bodily injury and or death, and you're just going to throw him in the White County Jail without any kind of official record on the CCS or with the court? No. Technically, statutorily, he is entitled to a transfer, pre-transfer hearing in that instance as well. Not to say that that would have qualified as like a safekeeping transfer. Anyway, all of that to say, where the fuck was Rick? 30 seconds describing the whole case off the books. Yeah, pretty much. So, okay, where the fuck was Rick Allen from October 26th until November 3rd? As far as we can tell. I know that I am repeating myself ad nauseum, but like these are really important issues because we still don't have the answers. And I'm hoping that if and when this transcript is made public, because the attorneys requested it, but you know, they're not under any obligation to. The court is not under any obligation to make it public. The attorneys would have, you know, a member of the public could request it now that it's been requested, and they may or may not grant it. The attorneys could make it public somehow. I don't really know. I think in the past, we've always had to have people request them, right, and pay for them. Yeah. So the trajectory of Richard Allen, October 26th to 28th, Carroll County Jail. October 28th to November 3rd, White County Jail. No safekeeping hearing was granted. He didn't have counsel. And we have no idea what else happened at that October 28th initial hearing. What did Rick say? What did he have to say for himself? He asserted that he would be retaining private counsel. Okay. How did that conversation transpire? Who did you offer? Did you tell him that he's entitled to a public defender? Did you have a public defender available for him there? Did he even have the option to have a public defender? What the fuck transpired at that hearing? We don't know, but we're going to find out because it's really important. Because that was the precursor to the safekeeping order. And I have a feeling safekeeping was likely discussed. Hereby, remand you to the custody of, what does he say in his order here? Let me find it. I just had it up, but whatever. The court now orders defendant held without bond pending further hearing, so ordered, and it doesn't remand him to the custody of anyone. It just notifies the defendant, Richard Allen, care of Sheriff Cheryl, in the care of Sheriff of Carroll County. Okay. So it doesn't remand him to the custody of anyone. It just notifies the sheriff, assuming from that he's in the custody and care of the sheriff of Carroll County still. But it doesn't say that they're putting him in White County. Does that make sense? I know I'm going off on a tangent, but I feel like we can figure this out. Or at least figure out what we still need to figure out. And I want to know, was White County even discussed at that initial hearing? He was definitely in Krebin or Holman's rec room. Andy says, an ethical prosecutor would have made sure he at least had a public defender for the first few appearances. It's batshit to me. 1,000%. 1,000%. And actually, our friend, let me find him. He is a defense attorney in Indiana. He is cool as shit. If you don't follow him, you should. I don't know that he does a ton of tweeting, but he tweets sometimes, and they're all really good. But he's also just a cool dude. Where the fuck are you, Kirk? Kirk Freeman, everybody. Here's Mr. Kirk, Lafayette, Indiana attorney. So I posted that transcript request earlier today. So Mr. Freeman is not associated with the case in any way. He's just a friendly. He's just a friendly. And he says, sorry, oh my God, this is slow. Hey, Owl on the Prowl, welcome. Good to see you. So I said, some would say an initial hearing is a critical stage in which counsel is constitutionally imperative. We will finally learn what really happened at the secret initial hearing on October 28th, 2022, where Richard Allen was reportedly clad in protective gear, due process rights all but ignored. Mr. Freeman said, I still can't understand why Benjamin did not set it for a hearing, one, to appoint an attorney, and still cannot understand why Ben not set it for a hearing. 1, appoint attorney. 2, set for hearing. 3, hold him in Delphi until the hearing. No big deal. That would have avoided a dozen due process issues. Yeah, Mr. Freeman, you're speaking our language. Cass County Detention Center. Thank you, woman. If the transcript does not have them notifying him of a right to counsel, just what the fuck? Absolutely. That would absolutely be a what the fuck. Diener says he notified him of his right to counsel and other, whatever you call them, rights. I'm sure that he mentioned it, but why didn't they? It matters to me a lot. I think it matters in general a lot because that's a critical stage. I know that other defendants have, decided to have not requested public public defenders prior to initial hearings. You're not always, defendants are not always represented, but they should be, is my point. Especially, this isn't like a misdemeanor possession charge. You know what I mean? This isn't like a DUI case. This is 2 murder charges and a sealed record. There's no reason for him to do this and not ensure that. Diener knows better. That's the thing. Diener knows better. Diener is not a procedurally dumb. He's not a lax judge by any means. This was very out of. I will say, Judge Diener is, if anything, he's a goose. He's a clown. He's a nincompoop, but he's pretty fastidious when it comes to I just can't see him not knowing better, is my point. So that's weird. He should have 100% had an attorney. And did they talk about safekeeping during this initial hearing? At any point was Rick even made aware that there was something called safekeeping? Did Rick know that he was going to be not only moved from Carroll County to White County immediately after this? Did he have any indication that in a mere number of days, he was going to be shipped off to Westville Correctional Facility? He was going to be disappeared from the planet and shipped off to Westville and held in solitary confinement in hell for the next 2 years? Did he have any heads up about that? Any at all? I need to know. Probably not, said Steve. You're probably right. That's fucked. Doesn't the public defender always visit with the accused to make sure he understands his rights? I imagine the arrest is in shock and may not be able to. Yeah, so a best practice is to just have a public defender. And it's not like they weren't prepared. I bet you that they probably would have had Pat Manahan or someone, probably Pat Manahan, unless they conflict. No, they would have had their own public defender probably represent him. And maybe, although the Supreme Court did have to step in and appoint Gull, and then she did have to step in and appoint his defense. So I don't know what happened there, or what the process is for appointing public defenders once a judge recuses himself and all other county judges are therefore recused as well. I don't know if then that also recuses all public defenders. I imagine that would also conflict local public defenders out of the case too. Does that make sense? Wouldn't Carroll County have been the safest place? I can't imagine they have many prisoners. I think that their argument would have been that they don't have the manpower to keep him safe in the jail. Okay, I think the real answer is that they didn't have the manpower or the equipment or the technology or the resources or the setup or the bandwidth to surveil him 24/7 like they wanted to. So, Auntie Bev says, I bet everybody involved knew Rick Allen couldn't afford an attorney for the level of charges. They knew that he didn't have a clue that he couldn't afford it. 100%, 1000%. I was talking to Michael about this the other day. Defense attorneys, somebody said something about how Luigi Mangione had allegedly had $8,000 to $10,000 worth of cash when he was arrested. Allegedly. That's what the media is reporting. Somebody was like, why did he get a public defender? He had $10,000 on him. He could afford a private attorney. And I was like, it just speaks to, this is not a criticism, by the way. It just speaks to the level of unfamiliarity that the general public has with the criminal justice, criminal proceedings, especially for felony charges, especially for felony murder charges. A private lawyer, private counsel, is exorbitantly expensive. Exorbitantly. A lot of attorneys are charging $100 to $900 an hour, not just an hour that you're meeting with them, billable hours. Okay, it's insanely expensive, and we know how much work had to be done in this case. Period. So it's just crazy, and I guarantee you that this is why Rick needed an attorney to advise him of things like this, because the state's not going to do it. They don't give a shit if he's confused. It actually benefits them. It behooves the state It behooves the state greatly for Rick to be confused and to misunderstand and to have misconceptions about what he can or can't or will be able to do in the future. So they're not going to make sure that he understands. They're not going to make sure that it's feasible, or that they're not going to assess for indigency. They don't give a fuck. They're like, oh, you want to hire a private attorney? Suit yourself. Fine. Go home, Pat. Fuck them. And Diener knew better. And Diener thought that he was covering his ass. This is a CYA if I've ever seen one. Diener thought, you thought, Ben, JBD. Diener thought that he was covering his ass by saying, defendant is advised of his right to counsel and of his constitutional and statutory rights, the charges against him, and the possible penalties. He advises the court that he intends to hire private counsel. He's advised he must retain counsel within 20 days so that he doesn't miss deadlines. You can say all that, Benjamin, but you still should have made sure that he had an attorney at a critical stage like this, especially if at any point the word safekeeping or Department of Corrections or White County were even uttered. Did you even utter the word safekeeping? Because if so, you're in trouble. All the Donkey Kong royalties he gets, great point. But even very wealthy by like regular person standards, wealthy people often can't afford, like, how many times have we seen in a high profile case where somebody of means will start out when they're like first charged or arrested, they'll start out with private counsel, and then midway through, we saw it with Chad Daybell, midway through, they can no longer afford them. Can you just imagine how often regular defendants go through the unlawful practices of Carroll County Court? I think about that sometimes, and we saw that with Jennifer Dean. You know, I mean, guilt, innocence, culpability, morality aside, the Jennifer Dean trial was such a glaring example of how railroaded and unserious procedures, like defendants in Carroll County get railroaded all the time. Procedurally, it's clown school. It's ridiculous. It's Whoville. They don't do anything right. And look what happens. That case got appealed, and it's wrought with fucking issues. Can you imagine how often those who can't afford counsel are railroaded for much less? Did you answer my question? The one about the petition, Judy. So basically, I think you're talking about the petition that Becky Patty, actually, Rebecca Lynn Dunaway, who's not a real fucking person, authored a petition, like a change.org petition, to keep the PCA and all of the case documents sealed indefinitely. Okay. Got like 20 or 30,000 signatures between whenever they started it, created it, to the November 22nd, 2022 public hearing. I might have the date wrong, but it was around then. Becky Patty presented this petition and the signatures to Judge Gull as like a, I don't know, her public comment, because that's allowed at public hearings. Fortunately, I think Gull did the right thing for once. She did not, I'll take it under advisement. It's irrelevant. You don't just get signatures and then like break the law. You can't violate a defendant's rights because 30,000 people think that you should. Get fucked. Go fuck yourself. But anyway, that happened in the November public hearing. Hi, Dory. Hi, Lindsay. I love you. I'm glad you're here. Great point. 20,000 signatures from all over the planet. Speaking of which,
About Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet.
What? Our planet? Why is he roping in the planet?
So, anyway, does anyone have any questions about the October 28th transcript request or anything that we have talked about, meaning anything that I have ranted about thus far? Anything at all. I suspect we'll see a motion to correct error. Oh, wait. Sorry, Kirk had one more tweet I wanted to read. But it's not like the preponderance of evidence indicates the state is complicit of something. Right. Right, Dr. Von. No. Of course not. Of course not. Certainly not. You'd be putting blame on the whole motherfucking planet. Right. I can't listen to his fuckery. I know. I know. It's bad. Smarmy is such a good word. What the American Bar Association doesn't want anyone to know is that common law is not practiced in American courts. It is contract court, aka maritime admiralty. Interesting. If you want to extrapolate or expand on that, I'd love to hear, because I don't really know, I don't know enough about common law, nor contract court, nor maritime law to really know what the implication of that is, but I'm interested. Thank you for sharing that. I'd love to hear more. They wanted this to be as expensive as fuck. The amount of money this case has stirred makes me wonder if it was the reason the girls were killed in the first place. People have been killed over money before. People have been killed over far less money. His sentencing is all day on Friday, asked Steve. Yes, Steve. Judge Cole has scheduled sentencing from like 8 or 9 in the morning until 5 p.m. Why? Hi, Belle. Common law is built into judicial review. We have to have a lot more of it brought up as standalone law versus vis-a-vis decided case law review. Okay. Sovereign citizen. I got you. Okay. That's okay. Morality court. Meth planet. All one has to do to see in plain sight evidence of this crime is look at the smirking principal in a picture that indicates turmoil between the sisters. Jenny, I'm trying to regain my composure. We still planning to have your seat reserved? Oh, Dean, we already have your seat reserved. Are you still planning live Friday? That's the plan. That is the plan, Jan. Mm-hmm. $171 viewers. Cool. Cool beans. Welcome. I love all of you as if you were my own. I wonder if anyone is able to attend the sentencing hearing. I know that Dad Mata will be there. He's pretty good about timely updates. Sometimes he does a misinfo accidentally, but he's good about updates. So we will look to Bob, and if anyone else plans to go, let us know. We will keep your seat warm here on R&M Productions if you want to share your experience. Bonnie, welcome, Bonnie. I absolutely will be here on Friday. Me too, Judy. I'm sure the families have a lot to get off their chest and a lot of blame to shift. We all need to get out. Yeah, I know. I can't believe it's the 18th. I cannot believe it is the 18th. We'll do some kind of Christmas, Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate. We'll do some kind of a holiday thingy before Christmas. Faux show. I think that would be very fun. Okay. Shoot. Why can't I find this? Here it is. Okay. This is just a follow-up to the first tweet I shared, but are they still called tweets? I think there's. So Kirk says, Can't understand why the judge didn't set for a hearing. Appoint an attorney, set for hearing, hold him in Delphi until the hearing. No big deal. It would have avoided a dozen due process issues. I said, indeed it would have, but alas. This is my favorite GIF ever. I don't know why it won't play. That's me in a GIF. Hello. There I am doing a smirk. And then Kirk says, I don't know. It may be big enough to ask for a motion to correct error. It'll be interesting to see who appellate counsel is. I know Netch is retired, maybe called the old warhorse. So it's interesting that even Kirk Freeman, who's not directly or, even tangentially connected to the case at all, he's just kind of like a defense attorney in Indiana who I'm sure he's like abreast of developments. But I celebrate Crankmas. That's officially the new name. I love you as my sister unless you're single and I got something to do. I am and you do. Will Kathy Allen be going to the sentencing hearing? I hope not. I mean, God, I don't know. If Rick has to go, then it's like, okay, well, then you'd want his support there. But I also don't think anybody should even justify this fucking buffoonery with any kind of acknowledgement whatsoever. I love you too, Angie. He a ho for show. Christine Beck will be here Friday. Yes. I bought an extra box of tissues Friday. How's Yellow Jacket? I miss her. Yellow Jacket's doing really good. Courtney is doing good. She is lovely and busy. She is believe it or not, she's not a dog food slinger. She has a very important job at a very big corporation, doing very important things, very cool things for animals. And she's very busy this time of year. Maybe next time she's here, she can talk a little bit about her work because it's pretty cool. But she's a mom. She's a hardworking lady. She's busy, but she is here in spirit and she's doing really good. Maybe we'll get her here on Friday. My problem is that I don't ever give notice. And so people who have like lives to live and families and things to do, I don't give them enough notice. So I'm sure she would be here if she could. But she's doing well. I will tell her that y'all were looking for her. Due to the brutal ritualistic nature of the murders, the lost evidence, third-party suspects, sinister way you worked at CVS after the murders, I must show no mercy. Right. Oh, I don't think that Rick Snay's allowed in Judge Gold's courtroom, actually. Whether or not that's a lawful order, I have my doubts, but I don't think, I don't think Rick would defy. I think that he would probably want to keep the focus on the matters at hand. So that's a good question, Judy. I'm sure that he would if he could, though. I know he would. We need hardcore quotable notes on sentencing. She's a habit of going off the rails. I miss Court. Court working at the dog food factory. It's only going one way Friday. Prep yourself, cult. We are going to do a prep and we are going to do a prepare and we are going to do a support. It wouldn't be good for his appeal. Yeah, so I have a feeling that, I don't know. I think Courtney and DB, the three of us kind of discussed what we think Gull will do. I am like, well, maybe she'll show some restraint and she'll keep her sentencing limited in her wording as she does her orders sometimes, right? Sometimes she goes off the rails in her orders and she's like, you're grossly incompetent and stupid and not mentally ill. And then other times she's like, oh, and then she's like, by the way, Brad Holder was cleared. She put that in an order. I just remembered that. And then other times she's like denied without comment. So I wonder, I could see her showing restraint because I suspect she knows and anticipates a lifetime of appeals in this case. However, I don't think she cares. I think that she would probably, she'll probably just drag him for filth because that's what she likes to do. Judy says, I'm so happy to hear that, Ange. Very interesting hearing about Courtney's job. Judge Cole is going to yell at the lawyers. Ange, I love you. She's throwing the book at Rick. For sure, Kokomo. You're absolutely right. I mean, sentencing-wise, he will get the maximum. Somebody said if Judge Cole... Remember that tweet I showed y'all? When the Twitter user's username was like, Yo Mom Blew Me. I don't know if you remember the Judge Cole live I did a while ago. But people in Allen County I mean, she has a reputation for heavy-handed sentences, obviously. She just sentenced someone to death and he was killed this morning. But yeah, you're right, Cook. She will. I'm sure she will. Kind of want to be there, kind of want to hear it, but at the same time, I know that it would trigger me. Oh my God, I can't even watch YouTube channels of like trolls like saying mean things about Rick. Like some people do hate watches or like a hate watch or like they find it funny. And I am grateful for those people because then they send us funny things and tell us what's going on in the world of the trolls. I can't even watch not even 10 seconds of those channels. If there's certain ones, like as soon as I put it on, I'm like, and I have to like, I'm like, nope, I have to turn it off. Yeah, I start doing cursing and yelling and cussing and screaming. And it's just like, oof. Mino agrees. It makes him sick. It's definitely not a good day to be there. It'll be incredibly sad. Yes, it will, Ems. Unless they're child predators, she gives them child predators a slap on the wrist. I only hate watch for about 5 minutes. Heather, you're brave. 5 minutes is about 4.5 minutes longer than I can handle. So I admire your bravery. What else happened on the 28th? Anything? Oh, here's a pre-omnibus hearing, pre-omnibus order. Anybody in the chat explain in 20 words or less what a pre-omnibus order is? Tracy says, I've tried multiple times with different channels. Yeah. Estrella says, this is the first case that I can't listen to those people. It's really rough. It is rough. It is rough. If I do a hate watch, I have to do a long shower and a cry after. Yeah. I feel that. Here, we're going to look at this together. This is one I've not given much attention to, actually. Is there a date on this? Okay, this was also entered on the 28th of October. It was a very important day. This cause, did you hear me? I did in New York. This cause is set for trial by jury on March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. First setting, the omnibus date is January 13th. Pre-trial conference set for January 13th at 9 a.m. At which time defendant and counsel for the parties are ordered and directed to appear. Discovery shall be completed. Discovery shall be completed as provided by local criminal rule on or before the 15th day prior to the trial date. 15 days before trial. That seems tight. Trial counsel for the defense and the state shall meet prior. Okay, well, there is no trial counsel for the defendant at this time, but they shall meet prior to the hearing. In the absence of agreement as to the time and place of meeting, they shall meet at a place designated by the state. So wait, if they can't agree on where to meet, the state gets to pick? I mean, that's a petty thing for me to nitpick, but like, did I read that right? In the absence of agreement as to the time and place of the meeting, they shall meet at a place designated by the state. So the state picks the meeting place and time, then, is what you're saying, Ben. Okay. Was that an accident, or is that really like, how about the state just picks? That's so stupid. They shall complete the omnibus report. Shall there be five? I'm not kidding. I don't know what this is. I need DB. Omnibus hearing. It's a pretrial court session where a judge reviews a criminal case to ensure that they're being handled properly. It's usually right after a defendant's arraignment. They verify that all the evidence has been shared. Still waiting on that one. They confirm that all necessary hearings have been scheduled. Still waiting on that one. And they ensure that all issues have been decided. It also provides an opportunity for the defendant and their lawyer to indicate whether they will go to trial, settle the case, or ask for more time, discuss and consider pretrial motions and discovery of evidence, and reach a negotiated plea bargain. After the omnibus hearing, a judge will decide on the issues raised and a trial will be scheduled. Okay. Bye, Kokomo. Love you. Lindsay says, I normally try to watch the other side to see what they're saying. I get pissed with this case. The lengths they're willing to go to claim that they know he's guilty makes zero sense. Yeah. I agree with that. I think it's important to consume content and expose ourselves to a broad range of perspectives and ideas and thoughts. In this case, though, it does feel just self-injurious and counterproductive and unhelpful. So, JC the Music Man, Omnibus, a pre-trial between the prosecutor and defendant to discuss and consider matters related to discovery of evidence, procedure, and pre-trial motions. Beginning of bail charges. We ride at dawn. He never had one. They kept getting put off. Yeah, Kat, you're right. Preliminary order, temporary judicial ruling. The facts that are wrong. Did they prove Bridge Guy did this? Nope. I don't think so. Crime scene DNA suggests a woman and another man did it. That didn't match the theory. The DNA was ignored. Yep. Oh, what is that? Peggy, are you still in here? I feel like I just saw you. This is awesome. Okay. We'll share this in a minute. Peggy made a really cool thing. Simple definition is comprising several items. I think all they proved is that Bridge Guy didn't even say to it. Yeah. They are shady as fuck. They sure are. Yeah, totally agree. So anyway, he never had this. Thank y'all for educating me on that. They shall complete the omnibus report, which will then be filed with the court prior to the hearing. They shall exchange a list of the names and addresses of witnesses and exhibits, and they shall discuss implications of the issues. Motions then pending or which may be filed before the commencement of a trial, stipulations, theories, and or prosecution and defense and plea negotiations. That's hilarious that they actually at any time thought that any of it. So here's my theory. Nick McClellan, and this is Courtney's theory too, Nick McClellan never anticipated this going to trial. They thought they were going to make other arrests. They thought that Rick was going to roll over and give him all this info. They thought that he was going to take a plea. And that none of their fuckery and none of their sins would ever be made public. They thought they'd never come to light. I think that Gull may take the off-ramp with the correct record order if Diener can take the hit instead of her. Belle, I think that that would be wise of her to do. Will she do it? I don't know. Somebody said something the other day. I think it was either one of the attorneys or no, it was a appellate judge said something really, really, really insightful. And I want to read it because it was like the best thing I've ever heard. Like the best description I've ever heard of Judge Gull. Let me find it. Here it is. Judge Gull sentenced Joseph Corcoran to death twice. Yesterday, a federal appeals court refused to stay his execution. The dissenting judge referred to this execution as the barbarity of mindless vengeance. Have you ever heard anything better to describe Judge Gull, her rulings, her decisions, her behavior, her conduct, her treatment of the defendant and the proceedings and the public? Like, hey, Shay. I missed you. I missed you, Shay. I don't know who you're talking to. I think you're talking to me. There she is. Hello, how's everybody doing? Doing pretty good. Glad you're here, Shay. The barbarity of mindless vengeance. Isn't that good? Maybe that just like, I just feel like that's so good. That's Gull. So will she take the off-ramp? I certainly, if there was ever going to be an opportunity or a chance that she would, it would be through a motion to correct error in which all of the blame lies elsewhere. What filing is that? So, oh, this one in front of us here, this is, I'll link it to you. This is the Pre-Omnibus Order. The goal one. It was a dissenting. Hold on, let me do a chew. I think this is it, Kat. Yep. So this was a amicus, a brief that Joseph Corcoran's wife, Tahina, filed yesterday, the day before yesterday, I believe. Let me find. Additionally, in a death penalty case like this one, this is the dissenting opinion of. Actually, this is a really good dissent if y'all want to read it. It's long, so I'm not going to read it all myself, but Lee, circuit judge dissenting. Yeah, the number of documents in this case are insane. They really are. The federal court may grant habeas relief only if the state court's adjudication of the merits of the claim result in a decision. Okay, so this is a dissent, but he said, additionally, in a death penalty case like this, the equities of irreparable harm tip strongly in the petitioner's favor. Can you, I mean, there's no more irreparable harm than executing somebody. You're literally taking their life. That is the most irreparable harm that the state can inflict. The equities of irreparable harm tip strongly in petitioner's favor. While the harm to the state and the victims may be a delay in the duly imposed sentence, a valid interest, the potential harm to Corcoran is experiencing the barbarity of mindless vengeance, which serves no public interest. And that was Ford. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case. And that's what Michael was talking about, a Ford claim. We'll have to have Michael talk about all of this once he's allowed to talk again, because I've got like a whole list of things that I want him to extrapolate on. By the way, if y'all missed Travis the other night, Travis Williamson, he came on the channel and went through what the appellate process will look like for Rick, most likely, and it was so helpful. I went into that live with next to zero well, maybe I did a little research before that live because I was going to talk about it. Fortunately, Travis saved the day and saved my behind and came on and talked about all of it for us and explained it very well. If you missed it, go watch it. It was really good. All right. This is all still October 28th. This was entered on the 20th. Okay, yeah, it is file stamped. Just making sure, you never know in this case, you know? Can't ever be too careful. Can't ever be too careful. Okay, so that's the 28th. The 28th, the initial hearing concludes. Rick is to be held without bond. I do think that originally, Nick, so Diener originally entered, he approved the, he found probably, he signed off on the arrest warrant or whatever and wrote in $20 million bond. And that was probably like the middle of the night on the 27th or the morning of the 28th before the before the initial hearing. And then at the initial hearing, McClellan requested no bond, to which Diener granted him that request. So that's what I think happened. Peggy says the state of Indiana and Gull, killed a man today. Governor Holcomb killed a man too, as did Attorney General Rikita. They all killed a severely mentally ill man. What has bail been on a recent murder? I feel like in Indiana they do no bond a lot, right? Isn't there something about murder is like an automatic? I don't remember. It's a great question. I am not only am I not a lawyer, I don't even live in Indiana, so I am probably the wrong person to do a speech. I feel like I remember in an office like some kind of non-statute. I thought I saw Rick had to write a letter to the court asking for counsel. You're absolutely right, Jamie. We are going to get there too. So he has this hearing on the 28th without an attorney. Held without bail. Schedules the January 13th omnibus hearing. Schedules the trial for March, even though I thought the trial wasn't supposed to be scheduled till after that hearing, but whatever. And then remands Rick. He doesn't remand Rick, but he's to be held in the custody of the... He doesn't say where he's going to be held. Isn't that normally something that would be included? He's ordered and directed to appear. Held without bond. It orders him held without bond, but it doesn't say where he's to be held. Doesn't it normally? Shay says, is his appellate team in place yet? Not yet. So first he has to go through sentencing first. It's like an unfortunate necessary part of the process, because once he is sentenced, that is when the appellate clock begins. And that is when his current attorneys can file a motion to correct error, or also known as a motion for new trial, where they would include issues such as what we're discussing now. And if that motion to correct error or motion for new trial is denied or ignored, then they would file a notice of appeal, which is the next appellate avenue they can take. And at that point, once the clerk of court files notice that the record is complete and prepared and the transcripts are all done and everything's ready to go, then jurisdiction would switch to the Court of Appeals. And that is when we would know more about like who his appellate attorneys are, who have been appointed, if he's going to need to hire additional or outside attorneys, it's the whole thing. But we are keeping our eye on that. The state's written press release states that he was taken to Carroll County Jail after his arrest, right? Yeah. Murder is no bond in Indiana. Okay. So did Diener not know that? Or is felony murder different, I wonder? No. Diener wrote 20 million. What did he just like get? He's like, oh, well, 20 million sounds good. Diener, you weirdo. What were you basing that on? Why you do that, Indiana? That's weird. That's suspicious. They twist the Constitution and make us believe it's all okay. Sure do. Alrighty, well, that sucks. What's funny is, so they put Rick in White County. They don't put it on the CCS. Michael! Oh, you're right. When the paper record is complete, not when the transcript is finished. Does the transcript have anything to do with the notice that gets filed, Michael, or does the transcript come later? Like, when is that transcript going to be done is my question. Hi, Michael. Everybody say hi to Michael. Hi, Michael. So, pretrial hearing, switch to White County later. Damn. Fine. Yeah, I imagine that would take a long time, especially if Jody's doing it. I would think that they would have like a team of transcribers though, because like a month-long trial, no way that Jody's like, does she do the whole thing? My God, we're gonna be waiting forever. So I take back what I said about the transcript, but the notice of completion of the record, paper record, filed, and then jurisdiction switches over. Thank you, Michael. And the transcript comes later. They can hire it out. They have a contract, but they let Jody do it for the side money. Good point. True. Although I would worry about accuracy, although what's more accurate, AI or Jody? Good question. What a hustle. How do I sign up? Jody is not related to the judge as far as we know, as far as I know. She's just her court reporter. She will have to check the accuracy. That seems fair, like a fair compromise. All right. So Rick is in White County on November 1st. Steve says, is your Kentucky talk about the sheriff and the judge thing? Yes, it will be. If I get to it tonight, I don't know. I was going to do like a little intro tonight, but then, you know, things happened in Delphi and I wanted to do a yap about them. I might still do a Kentucky intro in a little bit. Alrighty. So what happens between October 28th and October 31st? Rick is in White County, we guess, and the weekend happens. They make an announcement on the 28th that there's an arrest in the Delphi murders. The Indiana State Police will hold a press conference on Monday, the 31st. Halloween. Dun, dun, dun. All tricks, no treats. So Rick's in White County for the weekend. Doesn't have an attorney. Seems like... Did they skip RDC? So Rosie mentioned something about RDC in the hearings over the summer. I did a mute. I'm sorry. RDC, Rosie mentions that he did it. He's like, there appears to have been a stop at RDC where the orders for his confinement, like a 107 cell, surveillance, all of the suicide, whatever watch, all of those orders came from RDC. Now, who issued the orders to RDC? Like, who decided all of those things? Would love to know. We've been told that it's Holman, but I can't find any record of that. Who would have the authority to make those decisions? He set everything up before he got there. Where does it say that? Like, I believe you, Kat, and I agree with you. And I know that that is more likely than not true and what happened. But, like, where did we get that information? Because I've been trying to track it down for, like, a week now, and I can't find where Holman is ever officially identified as the person who, like, set all of that up. Because when the warden was talking about it, he doesn't actually ever name Holman. He just said Gritty. Okay, but how does Gritty know? Does she have, like, is it in her notes? Is it from a hearing? Like, I need to pinpoint time and place and words and all of that. I can always ask her. I know her notes are meticulous too, so. All Eyes was there where? I mean, Gritty was there where? All Eyes interviewed Gritty and no one said one word. Gritty was there. So this was one of the hearings then over the summer, I guess. And it's in her notes, which means it would have been, yeah, I know. Okay, well, if anybody can help later me find the exact, or I can always ask Gritty too. But if someone speaks to Gritty before I conclude, we need to track that down. We need to find who and what and where it's said that Holman set all that up. I do remember her interviewing Gritty, and I caught a lot of the live, but I don't remember Holman being mentioned. And if he was, we need a receipt for it. Some kind of receipt. What am I looking for? This is not what I wanted. So this is a kind of weird thing. So Diener issues that order granting. Thank you, woman. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, Gritty, thank God you're here. Thank God you're here. At some point, at your convenience, my love, my dear, we are looking for the exact, we're trying to identify and pinpoint when and where it was said. Oh, no sound. Am I muted? Did I do a mute somehow? Because it doesn't say mute on my end. Can y'all hear me? Oh, okay. Whew. All right. They're behind. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did a mute a second ago. Restart and come back in. Yes, ma'am. Perfect. When Gritty comes back, we will ask her. So this is weird. So Diener already issued an order granting the prosecutor's request to seal the record. He did that on the 28th. Same day it was requested. So he grants that order sealing it and blah, blah, blah. But then he does a order acknowledging public hearing. Like, okay. So he sets a public hearing. But a decision to seal must be based on findings of fact, conclusions of law. Sealed record shall be unsealed at earliest, so order this. So something made him officially scheduled the public hearing same day that the same day he authored the safekeeping request by the sheriff. I mean, maybe that's standard. It just feels kind of redundant to me, but. And then Tobe dates his request to transfer Rick from the custody of the sheriff to the custody of DOC. He dates it November 2nd, but it's not filed till the 3rd. Filed 30 minutes before Diener's order granting it is filed. His bloodlust order. Rick is still in White County at this time, allegedly, presumably. He had written his letter throwing himself. I can hear now. Yay! Gritty. We are looking for the, we're trying to pinpoint from the summer, July 31st, 30th, 31st, August 1st hearings, where it is said and who says it and what they say about Holman being the person to set up Rick's like detention conditions, like his cell, the 24/7 surveillance, what pod, like all of that, like his surveillance and recording and all of that. Like, where does it say that, like who said it, when was it said, and what did they say? Because you are our source of info on that pivotal piece of information from your notes. And I remember the live you did with All Eyes when she interviewed you after the hearing. But if we can find who said it and when and what they said, that would be amazingly, amazingly helpful if it lives somewhere in your notes. Because I couldn't find it when I looked earlier, but I did a Control F, and sometimes Control F fails us. So he did a torture in his basement. Hi, Adrian. Coleman's getting cold. Coleman. Where's Judge Jessica? It's in Yellow Jackets notes too. I couldn't find it, DB. Can you help me find it later? I can look again. I couldn't find where it says Holman did it. I do have the notes. It was on July 30th. It was stated in the safekeeping transcripts from the June hearing. Holman's name's not even mentioned in the safekeeping transcript. See, this is, I don't know, like, Coolman. I think the warden said it. The warden is the one who, yeah, let's just do this. Let's just pull it up. Because the warden did talk about the setup, but he says Holman's name? Okay, so this is when we're going to find it together because we got time. Safekeeping, record of proceedings. Why do I think that some people are scrambling right now to fix that transcript that was requested? That's what I'm saying. They better have a way to, warden stated Holman arranged it with central office. Amazing. I believe it 100%. I need it though. We got to find it. Yeah, because the warden is the one that talked about the A107, like all of that was from the warden. So that all tracks. That makes sense. But I want to see it with my eyeballs. Thank y'all, by the way. Y'all are amazing and helpful. All of the librarians. All of our librarians here. Okay, so Holman's name is nowhere to be found in the June 2023 safekeeping hearing. However, that's not to say, oh, you said summer. Duh, my bad. Pay attention, Angela. Pay attention. Warden. Gallop-hoop. Alan Gallipoo, July 31st. Correctional Treatment Liaison. Isn't that the CTL is the phone? I remember CTL from the phone stuff. Okay, I'll search that. Damn. Phone is GTL. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. That makes sense. Never mind. CTL. Global. Got it. Amazing. Page 5. Page 5 of what? Oh, fucker. I can't click this. Motherfucker. Wait, hold on. I might be able to. Copy? Fuck. I'm going to do a bob and start screaming about how StreamYard, never mind. Not screaming. I'm being hyperbolic. I think I can do it. Oh, God. Private chat. Oh, thank God. Thank you, DB. He's like, I can't take this anymore. Put her out of her misery. Thank you, DB. True Grit notes. Dun, da, da. Y'all are amazing. I'm doing a Frozen, y'all. I'm sorry. Bear with me. Ha. November 2022. Unified Command coordinated with CTL and GTL to set up surveillance before Rick left RDC. Boom. Y'all are fucking unreal. Seriously. True Grit crime. Everybody say one good thing, one beautiful, lovely, positive thing about True Grit crime. I'll go first. This woman can take some motherfucking notes. That's one thing about True Grit crime. What else? Brilliant. You are freaking amazing, True Grit crime. If you need recommendations on what to upgrade, yes, I will for sure. I needed just to throw. I mean, this computer's really old. I've tried a lot of things. It just needs to. It's got to go. Fucking genius, says Adrian. She is detailed as fuck, and she don't give a fuck. Both true. She is my motherfucking wifey, says woman. True Grit crime. Your name is fucking awesome. Sure is. Peggy says, another thing that stuck out to me was that the only instructions they received was to put him in a room with the camera. The handheld camera was added afterwards. Yes. Yes. Good point. Woo woo. Subscribe. Y'all go subscribe to Mama Gritty. Never runs her homies. Yeah. Mandy says, Mama Gritty's witty as fuck. Adore her through and through. So smart, talented, and beautiful. You guys could see Anne just Stop. My computer's fine. My hands are fine. Gritty is the best. Gritty is the best in every context. She is one strong-ass, powerful woman. Thank you, guys. My cup runneth over. Subscribe to Adrian, y'all. It's guaranteed to be better than my dead computer. I literally had to give it physical CPR. Running names up in the funnies. All right. Here we go, y'all. Unified Command coordinated with CTL and GTL to set up surveillance to preserve evidence for litigation, according to Gallipo, even though he wasn't informed about any of it until after the fact. Yeah. Nice try, Gallipo. I don't remember why I was looking for that info, but now we have it, and that's awesome. So he went to RDC. Gritty is smart, real, tough, and generally awesome. You have the whole page, right? Yeah, I think. Yes. Yep. Here we go. Maybe I can zoom out so I can actually read it. Oh my, I keep taking my glasses off because they pinch my ears, but then I can't see. She is incredible, smart, strong warrior woman. Do a Bob call. Post-punk. Did you see that the other day? Yesterday, I was in Costco watching and I started screaming. It was like, never mind. Hey, nobody, nothing. Welcome back. Play with boys' hearts as much as Anne plays with her hair. Shut up. Shut up. Adrian is real, down to earth, smart, and magical. She sure is. MacBook Pro. I got a MacBook. No. Okay. Full page. Here it is. This is Warden Gallipoop. The individuals at Westfield Field that added extra behavioral health issues that day. He began confessions. Prior to April 4th, did Allen share that he found God? Initial intake said he wasn't very religious. Not sure when he changed his view on religion. I have an idea of when. Say mean things to DB now. I don't know what this is. It's a MacBook Air from like before grad school. So like oh God, I don't know when it's old. That's the last entry. Paper change in status reason. Quotations, paper change in status reason for placement. Patient complaint. Out of cell session, been confidential, makes comment about facts and statements of the case. Let's look at $82 pages. Good Lord, Gritty. You are a machine. Scroll up. It's got so much deets from Gritty. You need a Windows PC. It's more streamlined for things like streaming. I think I do. I know. I think you're right. Alrighty. And Gritty was not done. She said, and another thing. Where should I scroll up to? Diener objects. Of course Diener objects. That was only 2 days. I do find the discovery of the smokers by Gritty was invaluable. Oh, Stacy Diener, my bad. Imagine if I went to the 3rd day. Y'all go subscribe to All Eyes. They still need to go back through. Y'all, I want that Walla transcript. I want the Walla transcript from the hearings so bad. Yellow Jacket's notes on Walla are probably the most like thorough in terms of verbatim testimony from the day, the hearings, because she was just like mouth ajar, horrified the whole time. All right. Well, there we have it. Unified command, set it up. What a bunch of losers. Losers. Fucking losers. They're a bunch of fucking losers. Oh my god, I'm blind. All right. Well, the Goonified command. Stupid. That's so stupid. Why does that make me laugh so hard? Woman says Centurion made a video about how they stand by wallet. No, they didn't. Did they really? No fucking way. Oh, Courtney did this. I got she there's some funny notes written in the margins of Courtney's note. This is Indiana. She got a promotion. Naturally. Naturally. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. An A. Oh my god. Nice. Nice. Why can't I open this? No. Oh, I know why. boomeranging us back. Is that a drones? Drones. My thing making noises? Oh, I know where I put it. Ha. Okay. Prosecution expenses. Back to our spreadsheets from the auditor, since there's really no rhyme or reason to my lives. So this is the prosecution's expenses as released by the auditor to Max Lewis and friends, yesterday? So going to... These are very vague. I would never be allowed to submit something like this at my job, ever. It's crazy. Anyway. CDW government. What's a CDW government? Sound advice. Lafayette Copier. Steve Mullen. Steve Mullen got $39 for equipment and hardware and supplies. Good for you. James Luttrell, $21,000 for attorney fees. Lafayette Electronic Supply. Ethernet adapter. Okay. Stationaries Express. First Financial. Projector. William Tobin, expert witness. Okay, see, look. Why is this on here again? PA and defense. What's PA mean? DB, are you in here? Deebs. Where's my Deebs? Jackie Starling. Yeah. Forgot about her. What does this mean? Expert witness, PA and defense. William Tobin is still listed as an expert witness for the murder case, $5,000, May 4th. Expert witness, PA and defense. Why is that listed under prosecution? It's the old stuff over again. Yeah, but didn't they add... Oh, is this just the old stuff? We already went over all of this, didn't we? So is he running the same story again? We didn't have like the court security costs and everything, but most of this we already had, I guess. Especially the 2024 stuff. Oh, wait. Okay. This is all new. Okay. Where did we leave off last time? Probably... I know, it's awful. It's really bad. Who the fuck is Robert Guy? 731. Robert Guy, attorney fees. $365.45. Special prosecutor. What do they need a special prosecutor for? Wait, Robert Guy, Jerry Bean. So they brought in Robert Guy and Jerry Bean as a special prosecutor on... They paid Jerry Bean $2,000 on November 25th. Why? Oh, wait. Date rendered. Okay. Robert Guy. Jury... So this is before jury voir dire. Also before, no, throughout the, yeah, why? Consulting? Just for consulting? That's vague as shit. Talk about general. That's not how I was taught to do spreadsheets. You tell him, Steve. Yeah, had to be working the case, right? True. Yeah. So they had former Deputy Prosecutor Jerry Bean and Robert Guy. Who is Robert Guy? Anyway. Perceptual litigation. Love that. Love that for you. Wabash Correctional Facility, inmate housing. It is so hard for me to keep track of this motherfucker. Okay. $1,610 to house him in Wabash. And then again, $1,960 to house him in Wabash. James Luttrell doing a fraud, doing a felony. Backtrailing other trials doesn't seem like a cost they'd be able to associate to the trial. I feel like they do that a lot. Who's this Gail Armstrong character? I don't remember who Gail Armstrong is. Gail Malm Armstrong. Does anybody know? They paid her a fuck ton of money. Deposition. So this deposition was, wait, 11/3/2024. Who were they deposing on 11/3/2024? Or that's when claim date. Deposition on 11/3/2024. Huh? Rich Davies supplies? What do you mean supplies? What are you paying Rich Davies $19 for supplies, professional services? Rich Davies is the FBI agent. What? Gail did inmate depot transcripts. Thank you, allies. Link me document in chat. I don't have the link, but I can make one. It's just on my desktop. Inmate depot transcript. So a depot transcript. Why wouldn't they just say transcript? Why do they say depot? Never mind. Really never? Because I'm like halfway there. Really never mind? Because I'm almost done. I'll do it for you. Gail. More like, never mind. Nick bought a 1970. These people were paid an awful lot to do something they should have already been doing. Not to mention most lied under oath. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, yeah, isn't this just part of their job? Like, isn't part of your job, i.e. part of your salary, wouldn't it include if you are, I don't know, law enforcement or state prosecutor or deputy prosecutor or special, like, isn't it part of your job? I guess not. I guess it's not included. You get paid extra, like you get, I don't know. We were thinking the same. Why did they get so much more money than his actual team? Rates for Allen County? I don't know, actually. Yeah, it seems excessive. You're right. Rich Davies. Melissa Oberg mileage. 150. Where are you coming from? Oh, she's in Illinois, I think, right? I don't know where she's at. Who cares? Fuck her. Sisson and Son, motherfucking. Why did my brain tell me that this was Sisson and Son, motherfucking jewelers? Gun magazine. Gun magazine. Huh? Gun magazine. Luttrell and Diener are employed. Okay, contracted. Well, that makes sense. What's a gun magazine expense on 11/26/2024? $43. Professional services. What could that be? They purchased a gun magazine. Yeah, but why? For what? Thank you. And unpaid bills. Comparison testing. I wonder if, yeah, the date was weird though. Yeah, true. Wouldn't that be an ISP expense though? Bought the business from Ronnie. All right. Attorney fees, Diener, $96,000. Attorney fees, Luttrell, $139,000. Attorney fees, Starbuck, $47,000. Attorney fees, Armstrong, $19,000. Total attorney fees, $306,000. Housing, Richard Allen, $13,000 almost. Yeah, what is that for, DV? Maybe they're just not dating this correctly, or maybe I'm just doing a overthink. When did McClellan request the dialogue from the defense gun expert? Good question. Oh shit, when did he request that? I can tell you right now. Nope, shit. Good question, Lindsay. My gosh, y'all are smart. Probably around that exact time. Hi, Royal Wheat. I was just about to Google them. Thank you. Looks like a pawn shop in Flora, Indiana. Gun magazine. So they requested the transcript from the ballistics from Warren on November 21st, and then they're going to a pawn shop in Flora and getting a gun magazine for $43 on November 26th. Okay. Why? 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 What are you doing, Nick McClelland? What are you up to, James Luttrell? That's suspicious. Lindsay says, we for sure need to look into the chain of custody on Rick's guns now. Yeah, what are we doing going to a pawn shop getting a gun magazine 4 days after we asked for the transcript from Warren's testimony? A month, 3 weeks after he's been convicted. What are you doing? What are we doing? Flora. Dealer in firearms other than destructive devices. West Main Street, Flora. Yeah, I think you're right, Royalby. That's what it looks like. Susan and Son. Fat kid, 3 years ago. Scott's a phenomenal guy. I usually stop by once a week to chat. He's more than happy to do so. Great guy, great prices, friendly service. Great place. Scott was terrific. Who's Scott? He was supposed to solder my wife's rings together after he sized them. He was so much nicer to deal with than Gold Fever. What are they doing with this gun magazine? Very good service, nice guy. Whatever you need for your watch, he's got it. Oh my God. What are you doing, Nick McClelland? Great place for jewelry. Yeah. So we're looking for a very specific gun magazine, it would appear. Am I doing an overthink, y'all? Is this weird? Am I doing an overthink? I could be. Yeah, cat. I was thinking that. Interesting. It's weird, right? It's weird. Jewelry and jewelry fixed. Gun magazine. What kind of gun magazine? Here we go. Nice. September 2017. Here we are. Lovely little place to get your jewelry fixed, your gold melted, and link. Okay. Oh. I think I'm there, right? Is there, where am I not looking at? DB, isn't that where I am? Oh, they got a Facebook page. Okay. They don't post on it though. Hmm. This has to do with an appeal though, right? Because it's November 24th and they requested the transcript the 21st. So, or 26th. They requested the transcript the 21st and they requested, or they bought this, what, magazine, whatever, the 26th. So what do we think it has to do with? Like, it's got to be... Yeah, what would they need it for after? Oh, thank you, DB. My head can't, and they sold his gun and then had to buy it back. Oh, wow. You know what? Crazier things have happened. Oberg's going to correct her error. Are we insinuating Jer never found the serrated box cutter? He's trying to cement his expert's opinion by manipulating the experiment. Yeah, that sounds like him. Maybe they heard Rick said mag to someone and they said they pawned it later. Ah, so they're trying to find a murder. No, they're trying to find a, what are they trying to find? I don't know. They're doing something, but why would they be doing this like a manufactured peer review? It just feels like, why are they doing it now? To defend their, you know, they must be anticipating something, right? Gotta be anticipating something. Ow. Oh my God. I've been sitting a long time. My butt's asleep. I didn't realize how my legs and my butt were asleep until I tried to move. Okay. They know how bad their case is. They're getting, yeah. These are probably, yeah, pretty in line with what's going on here. Oh. I'm going to hyperfixate on this though now. That's a problem. Oh, whoa. Where's your gun section? They got some cuckoo clocks. Does the mag have to do with the tool markings? I don't know. DB, what's a mag? What's a magazine in relation to like this? Relevance, sir. Can you do an explain? Can you do a quit your life and dedicate yourself to my live stream full time? Thank you very much. We have questions for you. We're also out of merch, so not for nothing. Remember, a fair trial for the defendant and the state. Yeah, the state's entitled to a fair trial. That right goes both ways. It's important. This is an unusual purchase at an unusual time by the prosecution. Yes, the magazine can cause tool markings. Lindsay, you are amazing. Thank you. Thank you for validating my hyperfixation. This is weird. The magazine is what the rounds are loaded into. Oh, or what the rounds are loaded in to be fed. Okay, gotcha. The magazine is what the rounds are loaded into to be fed into the firearm. Okay. So relevant, terribly relevant. Why would they put it on the list knowing we'd be reading it? Beth put it on the list. Why would they put it on there knowing we'd be reading it? I don't know. Good question. The magazine is the first place the cartridge can obtain individualized markings. Ariel, welcome, Ariel. I feel like I missed something. Here's what you missed. We have got the most recent expenditures for the prosecution, state, and the defense and the courthouse security from Max Lewis with whatever news station he's with. We're going through it, and we got to an item on this itemized list here. Purchased claim date is November 26, 2024. Sisson and Son, MFG Jewelers. Purchase was a gun magazine related to the murder case. $43 spent. Check written on 12/10. So we looked up Sisson and Son, MFG Jewelers. Time for t-shirts, not over at all. Claim date isn't the date purchased necessarily. Okay. Well, then I don't know. Then maybe this is not. So what? Well, then so okay. No, thank you. MFG to me is mother effing gangsters. Thanks for catching me up. That's still interesting. It's weird, right? They submit a claim of expenses. Yeah. But when they put the date that they, yeah, I guess. It's still weird. What did they need it for? We need to FOIA the full expense details. There's more than this. Invoices, receipts, purchase orders, etc. Why did they take it so long? Why did it take so long for them to submit it? Yeah, right. Exactly. What y'all doing over there? Maps? Q Graphics maps. Oh yeah, they're like 8 by 10 fucking area rug sized aerial photo map. Is that what Q Graphics helped them with? I still want to know what Rich Davies, the FBI agent, is doing, giving them supplies for $19, professional services. What you doing, Rich Davies? TV is on the list. I don't know what that means. They're doing a smoke and mirrors. 2 days before trial, 2 days before sentencing. Science. He probably came to take notes, so they gave him $20 for pens. He needed a decal to place on the door of Unified Command to make it seem like he helped. That's a good thought, too. Ah. There's I do want to look at the defense expenditures really quick, and then I'm going to go do a dinner. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oop. So we saw these, I believe we saw these. Oh, wait. We didn't see all of these. We saw most of these. We probably saw all of these. Rolling core. Depots by the bunch. We left off around. Where did we leave off? Geez Louise. SSG Hotels. Down payment for services, $50,000, meal and lodging. Right. Who's Leslie Ross? Tandem. Jody Williams transcript prep, $149, $10.15. Okay. Or $10.10, whatever. Douglas window tinting. Oh, window tinting for juror vans. That's a defense cost? Okay, fine. Whatever. So now Carroll County has some cool tinted window vans, I guess, is what we're saying. They're going to get reimbursed for them. Okay, cool. That's stupid. Fucking thieving ass fucking weirdos. They got some sweet window tints out of it. Just put it on my on the inside or outside. I mean, I imagine it's so that they can't see in. He charged the prosecution for the pen he gave to Andrea Burkhart. That should be a goal cost because of how fucking stupid it is. I totally agree. Goal is stupid too. Got to get that tint on the church van. Yeah, ridiculous. God, she's wasteful. Tint for juror vans. Get fucked. $2,390 to tint the fucking windows of the juror transport vans. Get fucking bent. That is so stupid. That is so fucking stupid. That's embarrassing. Juror tints. Get fucked. Does Rick get to keep the window tint? Yeah. Does he get to keep it on? I think the county keeps the van and the tint. So now they get to tint their shit. That's crazy. Window tinting for juror fans. It's so stupid. Bailiff duties. Leslie Ross, bailiff duties. Jurors. Okay, so now we have the name of the juror supervisor. That's helpful. Interesting. Oh, I'm sure that they could see out of the vans for sure. Hey, Kat, look at this. Staybridge Suites, $108,000. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Leslie Ross supplies. Leslie Ross bailiff duties, jurors. Leslie Ross supplies and food for jurors. So Leslie Ross is the primary person hanging out with the jury, it seems. Okay, good to know. JP Morgan Chase, $8,700 meals and lodging. Supplies and food for jurors, $1,105. Seacoast Business Funding. This is very interesting, y'all. Oh, fuck. Security personnel, okay. George James. Administrative expenses, defense personnel costs. Francis C. Gull. $597 for mileage on 11/7. Allen County court staffer. Thank you, DBs. Financial lady for Gull. And then half the time, they just put the bank name and credit card name instead of actual vendor. Yep. We should look for connection to be because she was getting inside knowledge about what the jury wanted to look at. Gull put all this shit on the defense list. I worked at Seacoast, Bree. They're hiding stuff under bank names. Yep. Jeremy Tinkle. Supplies. They're very vague. I mean, JP Morgan Chase. 10,000. Okay. Royal Wheat, are you still in here? I agree with you. 889 miles. So what is she commuting from Allen County every single day to Carroll County? Yeah, I imagine she would be, right? How far is that? Maybe she's not. Where's she staying? No. She was commuting? Yeah, sup. Yeah, they just put it on the defense so that DB, I think you're right. DB said they can get reimbursed for it. Oh, it's a defense expense because, the defendant killed the girls. So there you go. Defendant, defense, tinted windows. So JP Morgan Chase, 11/12/2024. JP Morgan Chase, meals, supplies, and lodging for jurors, $10,387. Meals and lodging. That's not specific. Okay. Allen County Sheriff Department made a good amount of made out pretty well. If she's commuting, she's the reason the jury kept leaving early. Well, yeah. JP Morgan was at the trial. Sure was. Ow. Sure was. Chase provided meals and lodging. Shut the fuck up, Nick. Holman's legendary ham Sammy's, $10,000. Right? JP was the caterer. What the hell? Don't they question why they purchased those items? You would think so. $10,000 Holman ham Sammy. They're really charging a lot to yeah. Yep, that was Randall Royalty. I'm pretty sure. 96 miles one way, says Steve. That's a long way. I feel like we need to forward to the FBI button. Yeah, I know. This whole case. So we have a bus rental from American Heritage Trails LLC for $2,200 for jurors, but why are we tinting our windows? Are we busing them or are we window tinting them? Or is the tint for juror field trips when they're not coming and going to the courthouse? Rent a bus, buy tinting. Right. Like, what do we do? What's that about? So they have a They have a bus and a van with tinted windows. Got it. Got it. That's fun. It's really fun. They paid for their own personal tinted windows and then offered to drive jurors. Somebody ate well. Yeah, at least the jurors are well fed, says Heather. It's a good question, Jen. American Heritage bus rental for jurors. Allen Superior Court juror costs $39,000. Is this really like an appropriate entry on this itemized list? Allen Superior Court juror costs $39,923. Juror costs for what? Why are they so vague? Rochelle. Hi, Rochelle. They stayed at a hotel in Lafayette. Do the math. Oh, somebody do the math. Michelle N. I think the county needs an independent audit. I think you're right. Was Cole hanging out with the jurors every night? Is this the trial fees from the attorneys yet? I don't know, DB. That is their weekend outing. Hello, not Jello. There's got to be more trial expenses still being billed. Well, yeah, remember they said that they haven't, all the checks have not been written yet or whatever. So that, yeah, I'm sure you're right. Yeah, the State Board of Accounts would be the ones to audit, but I don't know that they would audit like specific, like, well, I don't know. Jurors get paid. Yeah, true. Tandem, juror questionnaires and postage. Jeff Webb, jury escort. Donnie Miller, jury escort. Who are those two people? I agree with you, royally. 80 to 90 a day, 3,333 per juror. Why does the Webb? I write. I feel like I've heard that name. Who are they though? They're escorting the jury, whoever they are. Jeff Webb and Donnie Miller. Not doing a dox. Don't come for me. But your name is on this, so take it up with Beth Myers. Watch, the fucking black Jeep that they tried to chase down was really one of the fucking poor escorts. Just kidding. Eric Warren, 8,000. Brad Rosie, housing for defense team. Well, that was nice of them. Jody Williams, mileage, $628. Polly Westcott, 7.8 thousand. Bauer Technical Services, 5,600. Yeah, this is really not my favorite format. Alliance court reporting. Need a machine court reporter or videographer? Scheduled today. Alliance court reporting. Bauer Technical Services. Professional firm based in Indianapolis, specializing in providing comprehensive reporting and technical support. Ouch. Virtual reality for evidence presentation. Oh, so maybe they did something with the drones? Like the footage? Hi, Pete Jones official. Yeah, that's a good guess. Sounds right to me. He didn't want it to get to this point. The secret would have died with him. 100,000%. They'll probably just call Leper for the audit. Is Ross the one that gave Andrea shit? Why is there only 2 jury escorts? I have pictures, escorted 3 to 4 cops every time. Probably more recordings. What's that mean? Well, it says, I know, but there's this Indiana whatchamacallit article. Oh, I'm not sharing. Fuck. Damn. Bauer, virtual reality for evidence presentation. Stephen Bauer is an engineer and legal technology consultant in Indianapolis. His company, the Alliance, I can't click on this though because I don't have a paid subscription to Indiana Lawyer. Oh, wait. You may have seen a recent Samsung TV commercial where people are fitted with virtual reality headsets. This is from 2015. I decided to purchase an inexpensive VR headset to learn more. Okay. 360 VR offers more than a simple big screen movie effect. Okay. Well, anyway. Weird. Whose kid got a VR headset for Christmas? Is that the guy they paid to make the British guy video? Maybe. The interpolator. Linda Bauer, court reporter. Stenographers, videographers, and video conferencing. Locally owned. Servicing all of Indiana. Ah. Depose your next witness via Zoom video conferencing. No, go away. Okay. Bjorn. Thank you, Bjorn. Born. Appreciate you. That's very generous. I'm glad that you're here. And thank you. Steve says I should probably go find something to eat. I'll listen, Angie. Okay, Steve, have something good. Is it normal to put all of this on the defense side? Did they so much tell the defense they spent so no money for experts? It's weird. It's definitely weird that it's on. I mean, I guess where would the juror expenses go if not on the defense side? Then it would go on the state side, which I think it's so that they can be the county can be reimbursed. But Miku says it's actually illegal. So many things feel illegal, you know. Staybridge Suites, $107,000. Well, then what was this other one? Staybridge Suites versus SSG. Oh, Staybridge Suites. Okay, that makes sense. Since trial began, 489. Jury expenses, 231. So jury expenses is not lodging, right? Or no, yes it is. But jury meals is not jury expenses? Okay. That's pitiful. 519. Interesting. Very interesting. County gets 40% defense costs from the state. Well, there you go. That makes sense. I want to know about this gun magazine. What if the person who's keeping these books, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but has no clue what the fuck they're actually doing? Oh, that would be Beth Myers. Beth Myers has a track record of bankrupting the county. She sucks. She's also like the mob boss of Carroll County. She's the GOP chair and the auditor. Personally, singularly responsible for shutting down the Hatch Act investigation by lying to a federal investigator. Beth Myers, if you're in there, if you're in here, love you. Love you, Beth. They hadn't filed paperwork per Hennessy last, he said. Call up the magazine seller. They updated their budget spreadsheet story today. Okay, let's see. Kathy and other family members are not attending Friday. Good. DB, you the best. You the fucking best, DB. Amazing. Okay, so I'm not doing a dramatic then. That's good. Because sometimes something I'm like, this is something, and then it's usually nothing. Okay, here's an updated article. Thank you, All Eyes, for the heads up. Share my screen. Not sure why, I just know they did. Okay, 13 investigate. Bills are still rolling in. Ooh, there's a video. Should we watch the video, y'all? Bob Siegel. You're not Max Lewis. I didn't get sued. Oh, Miko, I didn't get sued. But I did sue. I did a sue. Oh, I'm frozen. Shit. They put Rick in protective gear in case. Shit,
I'm obsessed with Olay's Retinol Body Wash. With Olay Retinol Body Wash,
Oh, okay.
95% of
business,
women
y'all.
have visibly renewed
We
skin.
got it.
Makes my skin feel so
smooth and moisturized.
Olay Body Wash and Lotion. Discover yours.
Nice.
We've been tracking the cost of this trial for more than a year. The latest numbers tabulated by 13 Investigate show Carroll County has now spent more than $2.5 million on the trial of Richard Allen, with more still to come. Most of the costs associated with the Delphi Murders trial can be attributed to three main areas. The first is attorneys. The Carroll County auditor says Richard Allen's defense team has been paid more than $750,000, while attorneys hired to help the Carroll County prosecutor have gotten $322,000. Add in costs for investigators and trial consultants who help the legal teams, and all those attorney bills so far total about $1.1 million. The second most expensive cost was trial security. Carroll County hired officers from more than 36 police agencies to help provide security at a cost of nearly $720,000. Equipment like barricades and metal detectors,
This is all purchased this year.
those cost $94,000. And with additional costs for bailiffs and other security, the total paid so far for trial security is more than $874,000. Then there are costs for the jury. Meals and lodging for jurors and court staff, that cost nearly $200,000, with another $66,000 for transportation, jury questionnaires, and other jury-related expenses, bringing the bill for the sequestered jury to over $250,000. Altogether, the total for this month-long trial, $2,558,000 for Carroll County taxpayers. That's incredibly costly for a single trial, but about $300,000 in attorney's fees could be reimbursed to the county by the Indiana Commission on Court-Appointed Attorneys. And the $2.5 million in costs is still well under the $4.3 million the county budgeted specifically for this trial. The county auditor tells 13 News this is not all of the trial expenses, and there are more bills still to pay. And we expect Richard Allen will soon appeal his guilty verdict, and that means the expenses could go significantly higher. If you'd like to see all the expenses paid so far, we have them detailed line by line at WTHR.com. I'm
Whoever budgeted these expenses needs to watch them budget and TikToks. This is too much money. All that for security, they didn't even catch Gritty's glasses. They're misattributing the costs and associated parties to get the 40% back. Wondering how much went into their own pockets. The guy executed today in Indiana was sentenced by Judge Gull 27 years ago. Time to retire. I agree with you, Justice Seeker. Fuckery afoot. Which ones were the death penalty attorneys? Baldwin is death penalty certified. But since it wasn't a death penalty case, I don't think that they would be paid the death penalty. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know why I say things when I have no earthly idea how that works. They had Blackhawks and counter snipers and still couldn't keep Greeno or Marvin. Marvin. They hate Ricky even more because now he plans to appeal. Who's responsible for the bloodlust? No answer. The glasses went through the machine twice. Wow. Some machine they got. Something is very, very wrong here. Rosie was the death penalty qualified one. I know that Andy is. And I know that Andy was appointed first as the head honcho, the main dude. Brad was brought on like later in the day or the next day. Death penalty rate is only for death penalty cases. Okay, that makes sense. Whew, I got one right. The money ain't adding up. Security guards don't know what they're looking at on the X-ray screen. No, those glasses look not real nice. So stupid that they took your glasses. I remember looking at Rosie's side, I swear. Maybe. Very well could be. They might both be. I imagine that would be. Oh shit! I lost my tab. Well, y'all, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 22 minutes. I was gonna do a Kentucky, but I think I'm gonna wait to do a Kentucky. Maybe I'll do a Kentucky tomorrow or Friday morning. Who knows? Those numbers are deceptive. They sure are, Michael. You ain't kidding. Michael, did you see the expense that we were going on about, the gun magazine expense? Hey, No. Good to see you. Noe. Welcome, Noe. Michael, did you see the, whatchamacallit, gun magazine $43 expense from the Flora Pawn Shop from November 26th? We're trying to figure out what that could be for. More on that later. We had a guy do an inquiry, so hopefully we'll know more soon. No idea about that. It's weird. Weird. Okay. I'm going to do a soup. Yellow's not here, my soup partner. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I have nothing else to add, so I'm going to Irish goodbye, and we will talk about Kentucky and that fuckery in Letcher County really soon. I just did a soup. Where, Kat? You're here just as I was about to Irish goodbye. in true weird cat form, very last minute. Well, I subpoena. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Likewise, likewise, likewise. I hate mice. Bye, happy soup. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.